There's no Santa Claus, it's really Satan, 'cause he's the father of lies. Aside from a chimney, he can't fit in. Reindeer do not fly. That tree you see in every city with bells and tinsel and such. Let's take a look, it's in our book. It's idolatry in disguise. So we just believe that the sit men are going to teach us both the truth, but they're also going to teach us, what are they going to teach us? They're going to teach us that your holiday's a lie. Yes, your holiday's a lie. Yeah, idolatry in disguise. Yes, your holiday's a lie. Yeah. The gifts and tree, that's a lie. The birth of Christ, that's a lie. Your holiday, it's a lie. Not in our book, but it's a lie. It's made up to keep you in disguise, to keep you in idolatry alive. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Idolatry in disguise. Yeah. Your holiday's a lie. Idolatry in disguise. Disguise. A lie. That turkey and ham, it's a lie. That Christmas dinner, it's a lie. The 25th of December is a lie. It's a lie, all of it, it's a lie. It's idolatry in disguise to keep you from Abba's eyes. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. You need to repent from that lie. Turn away from that lie. You need the seventh covenant to keep you free. You need the priest to heave and wave. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. And get it in your mind, it's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Idolatry in disguise. Oh yeah. Idolatry's in disguise. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Yeah.
Shalom, Shabbat Shalom to all those online, all those in the audience, and to all those seeking the understanding and gravitating to the seventh covenant. I am Kahan Yerai, joined today by my readers and co-teachers, Kahan Gabaria to my right and Kahan Rashim to my left. As you can see, we're continuing on in the series of apostate doctrines. Christmas is a lie. We did this class last year, the year before, and the year before that. But today, we're going to go in great detail on Christmas, how it is an abomination, and how it can potentially, or at the moment potentially, because we haven't went over it, but we will show how this apostate doctrine makes the children of Israel and the nations desolate. But first, as we always do, we're going to go ahead and open up the announcements, starting off with the calendrical 8th edition, our calendar this year, the monumental Epoch of the Sun. And if you aren't on the City of Adam, hint, go register for the cityadam.com, you probably don't have this information. This Epoch of the Sun goes over what's mentioned in the scripture when the times were longer, or should I say, when the times went for a period and then there was a block. a period where we had to atone for our trespass and sin before our new year would restart. So, I know I'm being very general. You got to get the calendar, the 8th edition calendar here at the House of Wisdom. And also we have the calendrical calendar, the study guide, the 5th edition, which is absolutely amazing. And also we have the 4th edition. There's two we're holding up. This is the 5th edition with the city of Adam, as you can see. And then the one Kahan Rashim is holding is the Tree of Life. Both of these calendars are absolutely amazing. If you want to learn about the Tree of Life, we got that for you. If you want to learn about the history on the city of Adam and how it was essentially abandoned, nobody knew of it for thousands and thousands of years, we got that one too. So whatever you want to learn as far as calendrical time, we at the House of Wisdom have both of them for you. And what these calendars do, it gives us the opportunity to know when to come to the Most High to worship and what time to come, which is very important, because if you're a Hebrew, you must come duly, which is a House of Wisdom staple. We say duly. You got to come at the right time, at the right season. And also, I want to mention we have a great day coming up. Oh, we are on that great day. Who knows what today is? As we now transition into the new Hebrew day, the 25th day of this 9th month we're now in. Who knows what that is? Yeah, the day of vengeance, as you can see on the calendar that I'm holding up. Let's see if I can point to that for me. Priest Gabar, Kahan Gabar is going to point to that day.
You might want the light calendar. I know that's heavy.
That was the first day, or should I say the 15th day of the 9th month, when they set up the idol altar. And then on the 25th day, which is the day we're in now, is the day of vengeance. So on today's day, in the day watch specifically, we at the House of Wisdom will be gathering together to give up those oblations, peace offerings specifically, to stay the wrath of Hasatan, and, Abba willing, receive the blessing that was found in Haggai chapter 2. So if you're local and you can come down, or should I say come up, come on up to the House of Wisdom so that we can give these oblations collectively to the Most High Yahweh. Next up, we got something coming up next week. What's next week? Who knows about next week? We got the winter solstice 1. What else we got? We got the new month 2. And then we got the beginning of the Feast of Weeks. On the winter season, no, we did not misspeak. Indeed, there's a Feast of Weeks on the winter season. The Mysterious Feast of Cassilus, you can check that class out on YouTube. You can check out Feast of Harvest, Feast in Due Season. We have a plethora of classes on YouTube. So while our brothers are out debating ancient Hebrew, modern Hebrew, whatever it may be, what about these feast days? How about you debate that? Tell me when the next feast day is. If one brother says, oh, it's Paleo, another brother says, oh, it's modern, another brother says, oh, it's Aramaic or it's biblical Hebrew. Okay. How does that help you? If you aren't giving up your peace and thanksgiving offerings. I actually asked the brother. He said, how do you know they don't have the understanding of how to worship the Most High? Because they're not giving peace and thanksgiving. That's how you know. Peace and thanksgiving is what the Most High requires. So that's what we're going to be doing in the entire 7 weeks of the Feast of Weeks. We're going to give up our daily bread, Matthew 6, our peace and thanksgiving offerings, trespass offerings, and sin offerings. So make sure, if you haven't, register for the Feast of Weeks. If you haven't registered, next week you may not be able to get in because the door is going to be locked. So make sure you go register for the Feast of Weeks. Very important to register so that we can have a proper head count. I don't know if you guys do, but when you go to a basketball game, football game, they have what's called attendance. The people pay their ticket, they give them a ticket, and every ticket is accounted for, and they say, oh, it's 40,000 people in the stands. We need the same thing so we can know how many people will be here. So make sure you register for the feast at thecityadam.com. Next up, we have Messianic faith, Amazing book. Book has been going here at the House of Wisdom for quite some time. If you are interested in understanding and comprehending true faith, I highly encourage you to get Messianic Faith. I was on the road and I ran into, I don't know, she seemed to be a believer of the Bible, and some way, somehow, faith came up. All I did was give her the link. I said, if you're serious about this, if you're serious about understanding what faith is, get this book. I sent her the link and I left it at that. I don't even remember her name, but hopefully she got the book. So there are a lot of people out in the world who talk about faith. God gives me faith every day. Well, God just means power. So who is your God? But here in this book, Messianic Faith, it goes over true biblical faith. Specifically, Messianic faith. Here in the 7th covenant of David. So if you haven't gotten the book, you can get the book. It's available online. It's a good book. And one of the benefits of how we do it here at the House of Wisdom is we put these things on our own platform. Therefore, they can't be censored. We can't be bought out. Most High forbid. And all proceeds go to the advancement of the covenant. People don't just buy the book and then we get the money and we get us some new shoes, some new clothes. No, we take that money and then we use that to advance the covenant. Hence, free will offerings. If you appreciate what's going on here at the House of Wisdom, the ministry, the daily oblations, the understanding that's been going on for quite some time, a decade plus, just off my remembrance on YouTube. But you got Facebook, you got Spreaker. What is that? Facebook, Spreaker. Oh, free conference call. Free conference call is a throwback. But you got free conference call too. If you appreciate what's going on here at the House of Wisdom, support the House of Wisdom via free will offerings so that we can continue to advance the covenant as mentioned in Deuteronomy 8. Because we utilize the free wills to advance the covenant, bringing forth fresh crops, specifically the tithes. Oh, that's a good point. Support the priesthood by way of the tithes, the tithe offering. Every time you buy tithes, you are in the oblations with us. Those oblations are being heaved up on your behalf. If it's the Feast of Weeks, you can't make it, bare minimum, purchase the tithes so that we can continue to get these daily oblations going. So we got the restocking of the flour, the spice blend, the self-rising lacham. We have the restocking of the frankincense and myrrh. We have the restocking of the oil. So support the priesthood via your tithe offerings. Next up, we have, let's see. Make sure to register for the cityofadam.com if you want to be a member here at the House of Wisdom. And, I almost forgot. The consecration of the saints. You already know how we do it. It's a feast coming up. Brothers and sisters travel from all around the world to come and get consecrated. So if you seek to be consecrated at the next feast, as the scriptures say, sealed in the feast of the Most High, make sure you watch the class, Consecration of the Saints, right here on YouTube. That class is going to go over everything needed to give you the proper understanding of what it means to be a saint. You just can't say, I believe in a new covenant. I'm going to go to the water. I'm going to get baptized. No, you got to first understand. Gather my saints together, those who have made a sacrifice, a vow offering specifically. So if you say the sacrifices are done away with, I can tell you right now, you are not in the new covenant. Because you have to make a sacrifice to get consecrated. And it's all in Romans, it's in Acts, it's in Revelation, after the Messiah, that we still gave up sacrifice. So that's it right there. Consecration of the saints. If you want to get consecrated at the next feast. Next up, we have the AP class. The AP class is a monumental class here at the House of Wisdom. It's a staple here at the House of Wisdom. For those who seek to join the ranks of the priesthood, the porters, the holy singers, you can register for the apprentice priest class at shekinah.com/contact. So I highly encourage you to take the application serious, be honest, be transparent. If you have an issue, speak on it. So the priesthood and those in the house of wisdom can aid and support you in whatever capacity through the spirit of wisdom, of course. So that's the apprentice priest class. We're coming up on, I'm not going to name it, but we're coming up on 10 plus years of apprentice priest class. Year after year after year. Classes don't stop. You get tired, you say, hey brother, can you assist me in today's class, an AP class? Oh, I got you. But these classes are not stopping. These classes are not getting canceled, except it's for the feast. So that's the apprentice priest class if you're interested. And lastly, you had some, Priest Gabari?
No.
Kind. Make sure to like, subscribe, share the channel here at the House of Wisdom so that the algorithm can be balanced out properly. Because the House of Wisdom is getting flushed out and you receive some of the lower tier teachings of the Hebrew community. Like, thus said the Lord, Esau and Esau. And this and that. A whole bunch of arguing and bickering and the Hebrew this or the Hebrew that. What about how to properly praise, worship, and glorify the Most High's holy name?
Yeah.
Where is that at? Why is it that we only see and woman gets cuts to shreds?
Yeah.
Because the algorithm is pushing that.
The foolishness.
Yeah. They're data harvesting the base things of Israel, but not more so the weightier matters. So with that being said, we're going to open up today's class. You guys got any more announcements?
No,
I just want to say one other thing dealing with that. You guys have been teaching the same thing for years, and it's a good stepping stone, right? But after you learn that you're Israelites and learn you got to keep the commandments, then what?
Yeah.
30, 40 years of just learning that you Israel, now you have to learn how to worship.
Yeah.
You should be at a point now in your growth where you're learning how to worship the Most High. And this is what we have here at the House of Wisdom to offer you based upon the word of the Most High. Not just us trying to create something, but that the Holy Spirit is now waking us up that you guys, knowing that you're Israelites now, you guys have to start to worship. Give up those peace and thanksgiving offerings. Begin to clean yourself by getting rid of your trespasses and get rid of sin to get ready for this marriage that has been talked about. So will we see that most of these Israelite groups are not really worshiping? Out there in the streets, it's a stepping stone, but that's not worship. It's just teaching. And it's really low-level teaching, if you ask me. Where I was and where I am now, it's low-level, low-hanging fruit. You got to dig deeper. And that's all I got on that, priest.
Khan, and I salute my brethren. I got much affection for my brethren. But there is a time and point where you have to say, what's next?
Yeah.
And I talk to brothers, I would say in my capacity, I don't really talk to the elders, but I talk to a lot of brothers, 40-year-old, 50, 60, whatever years they are. Not necessarily elders. And they like, this is it. You can kind of see they're like, I don't know what's next. But they got to keep up to the traditions of men, of the traditions of what they've been taught year after year after year. But today, through the spirit of wisdom, we're going to expose the apostate doctrine, the abomination of Christmas, which is an abomination that makes the children of Israel desolate. So with that being said, we're going to start off in 1 Maccabees 1, verse 54, going over the abominable apostate doctrine, Christmas. 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 54.
You want to do that?
You got it, priest.
Khan. Now, the 15th day of the month Caslu, in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar, and build idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side. So
we want to hearken on this verse right here, because we in the Israelite community, even the Christians, whoever picks up the Bible, look at that abomination, desolation. Look, abomination, desolation. Everybody says that, but they don't properly explain it. They don't go back in history. They don't go back to prophecies to properly explain it. So by way of the Holy Spirit of wisdom, Abba willing, we're going to show the abomination that makes the children of Israel desolate.
Con.
So in the time of the Maccabees, Antiochus, the king at the time, sought to unify his kingdom. And when he sought to unify his kingdom, it was really for one purpose. It wasn't truly to unify his kingdom, but it was more so to make the children of Israel desolate. So what did he say? He put out decrees, he put out laws, and said, let's all consent under one religion to get the children of Israel to become desolate. And he went back to Haggai 2. Check out last week's class. We went over that. That was called Hanukkah, I believe. Khan. Check out last week's class. So we're going to go in further detail today. Let's drop that. We'll pick that up shortly. But let's drop that and get Matthew 24:12.
And because iniquity shall abound.
Look at that. Because sin, iniquity and sin is synonymous. It's the exact same thing. Because those evil, pervasive spirits of sin shall abound, what takes place?
The love of many shall wax cold.
That affection, that love for the brethren, the keeping of the law, statutes, and commandments shall cease. It shall stop. However, verse 13.
But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
So we have he that endures day by day by giving up trespass and sin offerings shall be saved from that day of accusation. Then the Matthew comes and furthers, or Yahushua in this chapter is furthering that thought. He says, he that endures unto the end by way of removing trespass and sin. And you only can remove trespass and sin by giving up trespass and sin offerings through prayer and fasting, as he mentions. That same shall be saved. Saved from what? Saved from abomination of desolation. Saved from trespass. Saved from sin by giving up trespass offerings. Saving from the calamities of the world and all evil. Let's read on. Call the verse.
Verse 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world.
And this gospel, go check out the class, Gospel of Peace. Right here at the House of Wisdom, we did that class, maybe 2 years ago? So if you want more details on the Gospel of Peace, go in the archives, House of Wisdom archives on YouTube, and check out the class, Gospel of Peace. But the gospel is the good news, the glad tidings, the peace and thanksgiving offerings. Keep reading. Oh, start from the top.
Verse 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world.
In all the world. Not just in one small corner. Not just in Metro Atlanta or Augusta. Not just in Texas, New York, Chicago. But in all the world. Read on.
For a witness unto all nations.
I think that's extremely powerful. The good news, the gospel of the peace offerings, shall be preached, which is to teach in all the world, as a witness unto all nations. Meaning that everybody's going to hear this. So you have the power to receive this information through the Spirit, or you have the power to hear this information and reject this information through that evil spirit of sin. The choice, honestly speaking, is yours. You can go over with the Israelites under the seventh covenant by way of Malach Zadok, the king priest, or you can stick with those outside, the nations who push forth Christmas. Read on. Read that again. That's just so heavy. Start from the top.
Verse 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come.
So, loosely speaking, we're doing that right now. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, and we're on Instagram. Preaching, teaching the gospel of peace unto all nations. We aren't just secluded to ourselves. We know what the scripture says. It says to the Israelite first, then to the nations. So this good news isn't just for Israel. The nations aren't excluded. So when you see this happening, that's how you know the end shall come. That's how you know we're in the end times. Let's read.
Verse 15.
So this is the conclusion of the matter, right? This is what he's saying. Read.
And when ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of Daniel the prophet.
So what do? You hear everybody. You hear Pastor Bickham's and this pastor and that pastor. You hear the evangelists. You hear all of them. The Protestants, the Catholics. Abomination of desolation. The abomination of desolation in their own dialect. But they never break it down. So it says, when you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, what does it say do?
Stand in the holy place.
It says, so now we got to go back and see. We got to go back to Daniel and see what it was talking about. So let's go back to Daniel. Matter of fact, finish that first.
Whoso readeth, let him understand.
Kind. So let's receive that understanding today.
Daniel 12:1. And at that time, Michael shall stand up, the great prince.
Which is signifying and showing that he's given up sacrifice. Now we know that Michael, isn't here on this earthly realm. He's in the heavenly realm with the Messiah, with Abba, with all our forefathers and foremothers giving up those daily oblations. Read.
Which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation.
And we can see that coming to pass, and it has come to pass today. Read on.
Even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book.
Jump to verse 7. Let's get more clarity on what he's referring to. So at the time, Daniel was receiving visions and dreams. It starts, well, it's really the whole book of Daniel. But to this specific point, as far as abomination of desolation, you can check out 8, 9, 10, all the way up to chapter 12. The abomination of desolation. So this was spoken of a latter-day prophecy. It started, I should say, in the time of Daniel in the Babylonian captivity when our temple was destroyed. But we can see the children of Israel desolate today. All right, let's read.
The 7th verse. And I heard the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, when he held up his right hand and his left hand unto heaven, and swear by him that liveth forever.
I think that's powerful, right? He held up his right hand and his left hand, signifying and showing, once again, he's given up the daily oblations. Just like we see in Sirach with Simon, the son of Onias, blessing the children of Israel. So this isn't just some Old Testament thing where we do oblations or when we sacrifice and we give blessings. This is done in the church in heaven before we were even here. So if it was done in the church in heaven before we were even here, how is it possible that the daily oblations, sacrifice is done away with? It just can't be the case. All right, let's read on, priest.
That it shall be for a time, times, and a half.
So, before I give it, what's that times and a half? That's that 3.5. This is the second 3.5. So you got the time of Adam, the fall of Adam, to the building of the temple, and then from there you have until the first resurrection. That's the second 3.5, the times and a half, which is 3.5. Read on.
Right, and this is also, just so those who might have went over their head, this is talking about the 3.5 years of tribulation. That's what this is going into. All the other stuff and banter you heard about the 3.5 years tribulation, get rid of it. It's damnable heresies.
And we did a class on that, the rapture. Right on YouTube, apostate doctrine, damnable heresies, rapture. So that's going over what Priest Gabaria, Kahan Gabaria, is talking about in regards to the 3.5 years. It's not 7 years, literally 364 days times 7. No, it's not talking about that. But it's talking about the 7,000 year. All right, what verse were you at? I lost my spot.
The middle of, towards the ending of 7.
Let's just start from the top.
And I heard a man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, when he had held up his right hand and his left hand unto heaven, and swear by him that liveth forever, that it shall be for a time, times, and a half. And when he shall have accomplished to scatter the power of thy people.
So it says when he, meaning Hasatan, sin, scattered our people, scattered us all across the world. You got Israelites in New Zealand. I was talking to an Israelite in New Zealand. I couldn't believe it. His accent was so thick. You got Israelites in Scotland, Canada, all over the world. Read on.
All these things shall be finished. And I heard, but I understood not. Then I said, Lo, my Abba, what shall be the end of these things?
So now Daniel is saying to Michael, hey, what are the end of these things? How do you know that these things shall end? Which we showed that in Matthew 24, but at that time, Daniel didn't necessarily know. So let's keep reading.
9th verse. And he said, Go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed to the time of the end.
He says, not going to be revealed to you yet. But write this down, notate it, document it for those in the latter days. The 7th covenant of David specifically, under the order of Malach-Zadok, the Messiah, the Prince. Read.
Many shall be purified and made white.
That's
and
powerful.
tried.
Many shall be purified. Now, if you guys remember, Babylon, we were utterly destroyed. And then the Most High gave us respite in the Persian captivity. We were able to build a new temple. We were able to give up those oblations again, remove trespass and sin. Then the Grecians came, and we became desolate again. And then the Messiah came shortly after that, consecrated the new covenant. Check out the class, Crucifixion of the Messiah, or I think it might be Crucifixion of Christ, Passover edition. And then the Messiah passed away. He was crucified. He was resurrected with the Most High Yahweh. And then we were in darkness. And then we became desolate again. But Daniel, or should I say Michael, is telling Daniel, read that from the top.
Verse? Yes.
From the top, yep.
Many shall be purified.
Many shall be purified. So, what does that mean? You're just going to pray and fast and, say you're coming in the truth and you pray 3 times a day according to the American time zone or Mexico time zone? No, it's not talking about that. You become purified, purged through the fire of the altar. That's the only way. Through the trespass and sin offerings. In the times of old, it was literally the brazen altar, a big brazen altar. In the times of the new covenant we're in now, we are that temple. The temple is within us. Each and every one of us in the room, those online. You shall be purified and purged by way of the fire purging our temple within, via the trespass offerings, sin offerings, peace and thanksgiving offerings, which the Most High requires daily.
Gone.
You have some? Okay, come. All right, let's read on.
And made white and tried.
Made white and tried. So who else is made white and tried? The sons of Seth went on top of that holy mountain as chaste virgins. We see that in Revelations. And tried, meaning they have been purged and purified from the evil and the wickedness of this world. Read on.
But the wicked shall do wickedly.
The wicked is going to do it. They're going to continue to do what they've been doing. Wicked. The wicked shall do wickedly. They shall do more wickedness. Think about what's going on today.
Gone.
Men are women, women are men. Usury. The powers that be are literally robbing the people, destroying the people. So, but the wicked shall do wickedly. That's all he said. He went over all this history on what the righteous shall do. But wicked just going to do more wickedness. All right, let's read.
And none of the wicked shall understand.
The wicked shall not understand these powerful mysteries that are being brought out in the Apostate Doctrine series. We're on week 16, is it? If you know? Yeah, week 16. That's a long series.
Gone.
It's like we break the record every time. One time it's just 4 weeks, and then the next series is 7 weeks. We have 16 weeks of exposing all abominable doctrines, apostate doctrines, damnable heresies. Check out the class Denominations, going over the pure prime definition of damnable heresies. Any topic that you see out in the world, we've covered through the spirit of wisdom. So we have all the different topics you can check out. And I do highly encourage you to check out the series Apostate Doctrine. All right, let's read.
And none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand.
But the wise shall understand. The Most High is going to make the wise the simple. He's going to make this understanding extremely simple for those in the latter days. Not your PhD scholars, not your Rhodes scholars, not those at Oxford, Yale, Harvard, MIT, but the base of the earth. And he's going to raise them up, and he's going to give them power. But the one caveat, you have to be meek. Hence the 10 Commandments. So you can check out that class too, Apostate Doctrine, 10 Commandments. We got all type of classes. You got to check them out. You really got to watch them. We're going over all these things. All right, let's read on.
The 11th verse. And from that time, the daily sacrifices, or the daily sacrifice, shall be taken away. From
that time. Not at that time, but from. So from this specific moment all the way, they're going to try to take away our sacrifices. But the Most High gave us respite towards the end, which what we're in today. The times of we're rearing up, getting closer to the end, and to the coming of the Messiah. No man knows but Abiyahweh himself, but we're extremely close. How do we know? Let's keep reading.
And at that time, the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolation set up.
So, when the daily sacrifice is taken away, and the abomination that maketh the children of Israel desolate. So, if you take away our sacrifice, the children of Israel become desolate because we have no temple. At that time, the temple was destroyed. And at the time today, a lot of people don't have a temple. What do they put in a temple? All things that defile them. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter. What else we got?
Halloween.
Halloween.
Mother's Day.
Father's Day. Valentine's Day. Sweetest Day.
Yeah.
All these different American traditions, customs, root back to paganism.
Yeah.
If it roots back to paganism, that means our temple is defiled. Therefore, the children of Israel are desolate.
Yeah, those things are the abomination that maketh us desolate. When we keep those things, those abominable things, then the Most High turns his back on us and we become desolate.
Kind.
And can I add two, please?
Absolutely.
And you provoke the Most High.
Kind. And we'll
Provocation occurs,
Yeah.
Kind. So remember what we covered in Matthew 24. He says, and because iniquity shall abound, meaning it shall reign, it shall dominate.
Meaning sin.
Meaning sin shall dominate.
Kind.
And David says, and from that time, that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away. So the Messiah was quoting Daniel, showing us, oh, we're coming up on that day, and we're here now. The daily sacrifices were the daily sacrifices were taken away, but now they've come back. So let's continue. Oh, matter of fact, drop that. What should I say? Hold that, Priest Gabaria. And Priest Kahan Rashim, grab Numbers 28, verse 1. So we're going to see what that daily sacrifice is. I just think this is utterly amazing. Just looking back, reflecting, it says daily sacrifice. I promise you, when I was in the world, 16, 17, you just read the Bible. Oh, yeah, it's just, daily sacrifice. Oh, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then you think, daily sacrifice, he's saying that because that's what it is. You got to take it for what it is. And if it's prophecy, you got to break down prophecy. But this right here, daily sacrifice. The Hebrews in the times of old, they had a lot of swag when they spoke. So we could say, hey, meet me in the 9th hour. They didn't say, yeah, meet me at 3 p.m. Here. You say meet me at the 9th hour, you already know where to meet.
What time
you don't need to know what location, because you already know where the place of worship is. You don't need to know how long it's going to take. You already know you got to come an hour early. It say meet me in the 9th hour, you already know. So now, for those who don't, they read the scripture and the daily sacrifice. Oh, yeah, they sacrificed every day. Okay, yeah, that's all it's saying. They sacrifice every day. It doesn't give context if you don't have that understanding. Remember what he said in verse 10? He said, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. We're giving that understanding. So let's see what that daily sacrifice was. Numbers 28, verse 1.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, command the children of Israel, and say unto them, my offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season.
In due season. That's it right there. Like House of Wisdom staple word, duly. Let's jump to verse 6.
Verse 6, it is a continual burnt offering.
Meaning it doesn't stop. It's not wavering. It's every single day, except for when the abomination of desolation came and our daily sacrifices, keyword daily, was taken away.
Right. And if I could add to that, just so you'll know, how was it taken away? They destroyed the temple.
We're going to get that too. Let's read, priest. Start from the top.
Verse 6, it is a continual burnt offering which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Most High. And the drink offering thereof shall be the fourth part of the hin for the one lamb in the holy place.
Jump to verse 10. So this is the daily sacrifice that we give to the Most High every day that Michael was telling Daniel in Daniel's 12 and what was that, 11? Yeah, that was verse 11. Con. This is the same. This is what he's referencing. So when you see the prophets going back and forth and they might say one word, he's like, wait, what does that mean? You got to search it up because he's not just saying it for no reason. What I'm learning of what I've been learning, I should say, to clarify, is that one word opens up a whole entire chapter, sometimes a book. Mm-hmm. You can see literally one word, eth, covenant, berith, marriage. And then next thing you know, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there. You got your whole nother lesson understood. But let's keep reading, priest. Verse 10.
This is the burnt offering of every Shabbat, beside the continual daily burnt offering.
There it is, beside the continual daily burnt offerings or daily sacrifices, like we said earlier. In Daniel, it says daily sacrifice. In Numbers 28, it says daily burnt offerings, which is the same thing, sacrifice. You look up the word, it's the exact same thing, sacrifice. Daily sacrifices every single day. When?
And his drink offering every Shabbat.
And it's 1 in the morning and it's 1 in the evening. Oh. Jump to verse 8. So like I moved too quick.
And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, as the meat offering of the morning, as the drink offering thereof.
So you have the morning oblation, the morning daily sacrifice. You have the evening daily sacrifice. Now we can see clearly what Daniel was talking about in Daniel 12 and 11. All right, let's keep reading. Oh, no. You could drop that, actually. Go to, Priest Gabaria, go to Matthew chapter 6, verse 10. So now we can see the daily sacrifice in the Old Testament, which is probably translated in the Old Covenant, the covenant of Moses, or covenant of Israel established by Moses.
The sixth covenant.
The sixth covenant. Adam, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses. The consequential covenants, this is referring to the sixth covenant, Numbers 28. However, we have something in the New Testament, which we know is the new covenant. Matthew 6, verse 10.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
Read that one more time.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
So as you can see right there, every day we give up those oblations. Every single day.
Still in this seventh covenant.
That's it. This is what the Messiah told us. He said, look, I'm going to show you how to praise and honor and glorify the Most High. Give us this day our daily bread, meaning daily. Daily is every day.
Daily sacrifice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So in the Old Testament, it mentions the daily sacrifices, and in the New Testament, it mentions the daily sacrifice. Let's get Daniel 12 and 11, and Kahan Rasheen grab 2 Kings, and it's not in the file, I forgot to put in there. So 2 Kings. But let's get that Daniel 12 and 11 first.
And from that time, that the daily sacrifices or the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate shall be set up, and there shall be 1,290 days.
So the temple was destroyed. This 1,290 days is from this specific moment, the second half of the 3.5. And in these latter days, we're going to have the opportunity to come back and give up those daily sacrifices. Let's see exactly what caused the daily sacrifices to be taken away. 2 Kings chapter 25, and pick it up at the 8th verse. So also, that's a good point. As you're getting that, let me show you what Priest Rashim is about to read. So the Day of Vengeance is a high day. It's a memorial day. This is something we're supposed to bring in remembrance. And Zechariah said, if you do these things, I will make your days of mourning and today's days of fasting and joy. So, let's see. Read that verse.
Verse 9.
Verse 8.
Verse 8. 2 Kings chapter 25 and verse 8.
So this is when the temple was destroyed. Exactly.
And in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, which is the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuzaradan,
which is the captain of the guard of the Nebuchadnezzar's army in Babylon.
A captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon unto Jerusalem. And he burnt the house of the Most High and the king's house and all the houses of Jerusalem, and every great man's house burnt he with fire.
So you have some detractors saying, oh, look at what the Spirit gave me. And showing that they came up with the high days. You didn't come up with the high days. The high days are right in the scriptures. It's right in the scriptures. No, we didn't come up with it either. So this high day in the 5th month, that was the day in which our temple was destroyed, therefore causing Israel to be desolate. As you can see in the 9th verse, and he burnt the house of the Most High Yahweh. This day was horrible for the children of Israel. Hence, literally establishing the prophecy that the abomination of desolation has officially come, because our temple was gone. At that time, we worship at the temple, and the Most High Yahweh would come down as a whirlwind and consume that sacrifice. So we could drop that. Just want to highlight that. Let's get back to Daniel 12 and verse 11.
Daniel's 12 and 11. And from that time, the daily sacrifice shall be taken away. And they took that away by burning the temple. Without no temple, there is no sacrifice. So it was taken away. And the abomination that maketh desolation set up.
So you take away a temple, the children of Israel become the abomination. Or the temple that was taken away caused us to be abominable and desolate. All right, we're going to move on in this series or in this class. You can drop that Numbers, and you can drop that Matthew. But let's pick it up at Matthew 27 now. Matthew 27, and we'll start at verse 33. Priest Rashim, if you can grab that. Matthew 27, I just put it in there. Matthew 27 and verse 33. So as we can see, real quick, as we can see the synergy here, right? That when you take away our temple, or when our temple is defiled, the children of Israel become desolate. Look back into history. Think about what's been going on from now all the way until the fall of Adam. Whenever we gave up a sacrifice that was unacceptable, the children of Israel became desolate. So we covered the abomination of desolation in the times of old. Let's see how they tried to play the great king himself, Messiah, Yahushua, Malak Zadok, Yeshua, Jesus the Christ. All right, let's get Matthew 27 and pick it up at the 33rd verse.
And when they were come unto a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of the skull, they gave him vinegar to drink.
So they gave him the vinegar, the vinegar plant. They gave him vinegar to drink. But before I give the answer, does anybody know why? Why did they give him vinegar to drink?
Mingled with gall.
Mingled with gall. What was that? What were they trying to do? Anybody know? Exactly. They try to poison the Messiah. Therefore, they try to taint that sacrifice. Therefore, keep up with the verbiage. They tried to make this sacrifice an abomination that would have caused the children of Israel to be desolate. So as soon as he would have been crucified on that altar, we would have had to start over a whole nother 7,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that sacrifice was tainted. The Messiah was the sacrifice. Check out the class Crucifixion of the Messiah.
He was the sacrificial lamb.
Absolutely. So we see, and keep reading.
Continuing to verse 34. And when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink.
He spit it out. This is tainted. This sacrifice is going to make me desolate. Yeah. Therefore, taking away the daily sacrifices.
Y'all trying to screw up this seventh covenant.
Exactly. Therefore, trying to screw up the seventh covenant. So, is he getting this from somewhere? Was this a prophecy? I think we should find out. Priest Gabaria, let's get Psalms 69, verse 21.
They gave me also gall for my meat.
Oh, this was a prophecy. David said that this was to come to pass. They gave me gall for my meat. The Messiah was literally prophesying in the oblation. Psalms are the songs sung during the times in which we sacrifice. You keep the book of Psalms, you keep the tithes, but everything else in the Old Testament you get rid of.
Yeah.
You sing songs in your churches. The brothers make music from Psalms. These was done in sacrifice. Nonetheless, let's keep reading. So they gave me also gall for my meat, that meat offering. What else did they do?
And in my thirst, they gave me vinegar to drink.
That vineyard plant, it's not even aged, for the drink offering. And he spit it out because he knew, as Priest Gabaria said, if I take of this sacrifice, I'm going to make the children of Israel desolate. And we just can't have that. The Malach Zadok himself?
Yeah.
Hamalach Zadok, the king priest, king of righteousness? No, he said, nope. I already know what the prophecies was. And I'm sure, well, I don't want to assume, but based off of the scriptures, he could have been in pain. And I'm going to say could have been. I don't want to, I'm going to tread lightly with the Messiah. That's a great man right there. Great power. And he looked at it, he spit it out because he knew what would have happened. All right, let's read on.
Let their table become a snare for them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap.
Let it become a trap. Let those who seek to accuse us, to cause us to be desolate, a desolation, let that be a snap to them, a trap to them. And let it return back on their own heads. Remember, the wicked shall do wickedly. The wicked shall not understand. And I'm sure the wicked right now are listening to this class. I can guarantee you. However many views. Oh, it's about one of them. It's about one of them. And if it's not one of them, there's some type of bot just corresponding, putting it in the database, overviewing it. They send it to their big man, their big woman. And okay, let's see what the House of Wisdom is teaching today. Anyway, let's keep reading.
It says, let their table become a snare, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap. Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake.
So as we can see, David is bringing even more clarity to Daniel. The wicked shall not understand. The wicked shall do more wickedly. It says, let their table become a trap. Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake. This is a pain that you don't want to experience.
Yeah, and if I could build on that a little more, right? Our table is giving up the sacrifices to the Heavenly Father, giving up the peace offerings, Thanksgiving offering, sin and trespass offering, and where we receive blessings. Well, the wicked have a table also where they give up sacrifices to their deities, to their gods. And David is saying, let their table be a snare, where it was to their welfare, meaning when they give up oblations and they go into this lot to make accusations against us, if things are being found true, they get more blessings. And we get more curses. And David said, let their table be a snare. What should have been for their welfare, for them to continue to rule, let it now be a trap for them, right? And that they will not continue forward in what they're doing. And let their eyes be darkened, and let their bellies to tremble, meaning fear come upon them, because they see that their kingdom now is coming to a close. That's all I had on that.
That's it. So let's continue to read more on that. Psalm 69.
Let their table, 22, let their table become a snare for them, which should have been for their welfare. Let it become a trap, and let their eyes be darkened that they see not, and make their loins to continually shake. Pour out thine indignation upon them, and let thy wrathful anger take hold of them. Let their habitation be desolate.
Let their habitation be desolate. Keyword again, abomination of desolation. The wicked shall be desolate. Just like how they cause us to be desolate, we give place to wrath. We want the Most High to avenge us. We're not going to act with vengeance unless the Most High gives us permission to. Hence the day of vengeance. Come, if you're local, as a footnote, you can come here at the House of Wisdom in the 9th hour, tomorrow, the first day, to give up the daily sacrifices, reverse an abomination of desolation, bringing forth the day of vengeance upon our enemies. So, Priest Rashim, if you can actually pick that up in Psalms, actually, start at the 26th verse, Psalm 69, verse 26.
For they persecute him who thou hast smitten, and they talk to the grief of those whom thou hast wounded. Add iniquity unto their iniquity, and let them not come into thy righteousness.
Let sin come unto sin, more sin. Let sin be multiplied. And they won't be able to come into the righteous abode of Abba Yahweh. Verse 28, and grab Romans 11, Priest Gabari.
Let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and not be written with the righteous.
Because their table shall become a trap to them. They try to use all this witchcraft, accusations, and it's going to return on their own head.
And Dave saith, let their table be a snare and a trap and a stumbling block and a recompense unto them.
Khan, let's see who this is referring to. Let's get Romans 11, verse 9.
And David saith, let their table be made a snare and a trap and a stumbling block, a recompense unto them. And let their eyes be darkened, that they may not see, and bow their backs always.
Now pay close attention to what Paul is going to further as he's going over this in Romans 11 and 9.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall?
Have they stumbled that they should fall?
Abba forbid.
Most High forbid. The Israelites will rise again, but not just the Israelites. Who else?
But rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
So after we became officially desolate, Israel was in no more remembrance. New covenant came. Messiah consecrated that covenant. We became desolate again. In the latter days, you have the 7th covenant. You have brothers and sisters from the Israelites. You have brothers and sisters from the nations coming to the priesthood to get consecrated and receive that salvation as well. Hence, Romans 11 and 11. But let's keep reading.
For to provoke them to jealousy. Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness?
So when you see the nations falling, the Israelites rising, we see the nations start separating from their own nation and say, oh, the Hebrews, yeah, that's where we need to go, because they got the truth. They know how to properly praise and worship the Heavenly Father. That's where we need to be at. So we're going to denounce our own nation. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ruth did it.
Exactly.
God.
If you're of the nations and you see your nation going off, keeping Korma, keeping Thanksgiving, keeping Halloween, all these abominations that make the children of Israel desolate, you need to separate yourself.
God.
And this isn't a recommendation. This is a decree. And not by Priest Gabaria or Rashim, but by the Most High Yahweh. He says, learn not the ways of the heathen, because if you do, you're going to receive the abomination that makes the children of Israel desolate.
God.
So let's, was there more on that?
Let me finish this up. 13. For I speak to you Gentiles.
For I speak to you nations. I'm speaking to the nations.
God.
This isn't an Israelite in a Gentile state of mind.
No.
Because we can see clearly he's talking about earlier that this was referring to Israel. Then he transitioned over to the nations. Stop twisting the script Take it for what it is.
Yeah, another damnable heresy.
Right. Right. Because Ruth wasn't of the nation, wasn't of the Israelites. Oh, we could just keep it simple.
Rahab too.
That's it. That's the most simple form. Clearly, she was of the nations, and she received salvation. And we got the healing of the nations, the leaves, found in Revelation. Let's drop that. Was there more priests?
That's it. Well, I am an apostle also of the Gentiles. I magnify my office.
So I'm also, apostle means teacher, giving forth good news to the nations. He said, I think the Most High, how I ain't baptized none of y'all. Because then y'all would say it would be Paul. Because the nations were, they were known to be superstitious. Israel just want to be entertained. The nations want to be entertained. They want to do the entertaining, and they want to do wickedness while they doing it. But under Abba Yahweh, we give peace and thanksgiving. That's what we do. So is there really a difference? It says to the Israelite first, then to the nations. So righteousness or blessing shall come to Israel, then the nations. But when it's wickedness, it's going to come to Israel first, then the nations. So let's keep reading. Matter of fact, let's drop that. Let's get Ecclesiasticus, Priest Gabaria, and let's pick it up at the 45th chapter and let's just get straight to the point, 24th verse.
Therefore, a covenant of peace was made with him, that he should be chief of the sanctuary and of his people, that he and his posterity should have the dignity of the priesthood forever.
So, King, 25.
According to the covenant made with David.
So this right here is showing David's covenant. So it starts off early in the chapter with Moses, Masha. Then it goes over to Aaron. And then it talks about Eleazar or Phineas. And then after Phineas, it says, here's the conclusion of the matter. Verse 25.
According to the covenant made with David.
So according to the covenant made with David, after all these things, it's according to the covenant of David. It's not saying, Phineas is next up. He said, no, after all these things, this is the last one we're going to speak on. David. According to the covenant of David, made with the son of Jesse, read on.
Of the tribe of Judah.
The term king, coming from Judah, Genesis 49:10. King, read on.
That the inheritance of the king should be to his posterity alone.
That's one half, as we can see in 1 Peter 2:5, a nation of kings and priests. That's one half. You got the kingship.
But also a lot of the nations in Israel, no, they all know that the kingship went to David.
Yeah.
So they all know that all of the kings that came out of among the Judites was all from David's lineage. So this is something that they know. But what you don't know is this second half. So the inheritance of Aaron's should also be unto his seed.
So we have, that's powerful. Start from the top. Read that one more time.
According to the covenant made with David, the son of Jesse of the tribe of Judah, the inheritance of the kingship should be to his posterity alone. So the inheritance of Aaron's priesthood should also be unto his seed.
So you have David inheriting the kingdom, Boaz, and the priesthood, Aaron. Then it transferred over to Phineas.
Yeah,
he inherited both.
Yeah, the key is according to this covenant that we're in now. Not talking about Moses' covenant with the children of Israel. According to this covenant, David is now the king and the priest.
So now, as we transition, we're going to expose this abomination of desolation, Christmas. So we can see how when we start going off and we start going forward, meaning untoward the Most High Yahweh, the children of Israel become desolate. So let's get that first bullet point right here in this on this slide where it says Christmas.
Xmas. Christmas evolved from pagan winter solstice festivals like Roman Saturnalia and Norse Yule, incorporating traditions like evergreens, feasting, and gift giving before Christians chose December 25th to align with Jesus' birth. With these existing celebrations later shaped by German customs.
So if you pay close attention, it's talking about the Messiah's birth, Jesus the Christ. It's saying this and that. But it doesn't really give us great detail at the moment. If you can start at the top one more time for me.
Christmas evolved from pagan winter solstice festivals.
Very first sentence. Christmas evolved from pagan winter solstice. So what takes place with the heathen starts when it gets dark out. They're all angry and gruel, upset because, for example, places in Scandinavia and deep in North Europe, you have 24 hours of darkness. You have bare light. So what they do is they stay in the house all day. They get all gloomy and dreary and drowsy. So when the winter feast of solstice, well, we know what it is. But with their pagan winter feast of solstice, they start doing all manners of wickedness. And they say, oh, winter solstice is here. The sun is to start about coming up. And then they start sacrificing to idols, which we're going to go over today. So, Priest Rasheen, let's keep reading.
You want to read the second paragraph or continue?
Continue reading.
Later shaped by German customs, trees, Victorian England, Santa, and 20th century commercialism into the modern holiday we know, blending religious observance with secular traditions and commercial activity.
So what took place is they blended these things in. Christmas wasn't something that was here at the time of the Messiah. It was here before the Messiah. And it was here after the Messiah. And in modern times, I guess Anno Domini, you see Christmas coming about 300 years after the Messiah. Not the root of, Saturnalia or the Yule or even, Nimrod and his mother. We see this way before the Messiah and even after. Let's keep reading with let's see. Christmas is an annual festival. You read that?
No, not yet.
All right, let's read that real quick.
Christmas is an annual festival commemorating the birth of Jesus Christ, observed primarily on the 25th of December.
Okay, let's pause right there. So they're saying Christmas or Mashiach's Mass, the supper of the Messiah, is on December 25th. Now, earlier we read that Christmas originated on the day of the winter solstice. It was all on that week. Because we know at the time there was no December. The Germanic tribes, the Scandinavians, some of the Slavic tribes, there wasn't a December back then. They've been here for a long time. They were here before the Romans. So there wasn't a Julian, a Gregorian. Only thing we know is this feast, winter solstice feast. That's all. It's not a specific December, January, February, March. Those are all pagan in itself. The Romans are pagans. The Romans were pagans. And the Scandinavians and all those in deep northern Europe were pagans as well. So this date, December 25th, is the date that they assumed. But now, let's see something powerful. Jump where it's highlighted.
There are different hypotheses regarding the date of the birth of Jesus.
It's not even the exact day. There's many hypotheses. There's no concrete evidence in a script that says December 25th is the Messiah's birthday. And if there was, it wouldn't be December 25th. It would be the 10th month, 15th day, which we know he wasn't born in the 10th month. But I'm just giving an example. It wouldn't say December. All right, let's keep reading.
In the early 4th century, the church fixed the date as the 25th of
December. 4th
century,
so 400 years later, the church fixed the day. It wasn't biblical.
Roman Catholic Church, that is.
Just like Kahan Yardan, he went over what's that, denominations? When he went over the Catholics, that line. Check out that class because it's going into great detail about how the Roman Catholics, I forget all the different, so many different denominations. But, just to summarize, the Roman Catholics, they just put stuff in. They just make what they say law. And what the Most High says Half law. So check out the class, Denominations, Apostate Doctrine. Let's read.
The date of the winter solstice in the Roman Empire.
I told you. Well, this source told you, I should say.
God.
You know, I don't want to say these aren't my words. This is what the source is saying, but we corroborated with what Scripture says, which we're going to do today. All right, let's read.
It is 9 months after the Annunciation on the 25th of March.
So you got so-called March, or what we know today, the springing of the sun, the springing of the crops. Hence the heathen says, it's springtime. Oh, we got the gray hat. What is it? The greyhound, whatever it is. He left. So that's how we know it's spring. No, you know it's spring. That's an idolatry in itself.
Groundhog.
Yeah, that's an idolatry too. But we know that when the sun starts to spring, those crops start to spring, we know that the vernal equinox, or the equal night, equal day has risen, meaning the new year has come. So he says 9 months beforehand, it was the March season. And 9 months later is the winter solstice. So they're corroborating the winter solstice and Christmas as one. Read on.
Most Christians celebrate on the 25th of December in the Gregorian calendar.
That's one specific calendar. Read.
Which has been adopted almost universally in the civil calendars used in countries throughout the world.
So almost universally, not officially. Read.
However, part of the Eastern Christian churches celebrate Christmas.
This is why I was saying go check out Priest Yardan's class, because he shows the split on how the Eastern church does it one way and the Roman Catholics does it another way. And there was a split. That's why they do it two different ways. Mm-hmm. But there was a wise man. He once said, is Christ divided? Is Abiyahwa divided? Is the church in heaven divided? Is the church in earth divided? No. But for some reason, they are. Therefore, showing you that they are not teaching the gospel of peace. They're teaching the gospel of Hasatan, the dangerous news of Hasatan.
An abomination.
An abomination that will make the children of Israel desolate. So as we're going over Christmas, we're showing, by way of the Spirit, Christmas can cause the children of Israel to be desolate. All right, let's read.
However, part of the Eastern Christian churches celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December of the older Julian calendar, which currently corresponds to the 7th of January in the Gregorian calendar.
So which one is it? Is Messiah's birthday January 7th? Or Janus, which is an idol? You telling me the Messiah, the Prince, the King, the Great One, the Lord of Lords, his birthday is on the idol day of the 7th? January literally is a straight idol. Mm-hmm. In my Yardan voice. Straight idol. And December is another idol. We know December, Deca means 10. It's the 10th. Why don't you just say 10th month?
Yeah.
Why you got to say December? Or January, why you don't just say, now it's the next month? Because they're signifying and showing that they're pagans. So they don't really know. When is the December? When is January? There's a split. Let's read.
For Christians, celebrating that God came into the world in the form of a man to atone for the sins of humanity.
Oh, you could drop that. Go to date of birth.
Day of birth. In the 3rd century, the precise date of Jesus' birth became a subject of great interest.
You know how the heathen are. They always want to be, they so curious. The Most High says what he says. God. You can't search out the ways of Abiyahwa. That's what the scripture says. And look at them trying to search out the ways of his great son, Malak Zadok. This is truly an abomination. Read.
With early Christian writers suggesting various dates. Around AD 200, Clement of Alexandria wrote.
So there's a book of Clement. I don't know if this is the same Clement, but it's in the same time frame, right? In that 1st century. And it's an abomination. If this is the same Clement, I'm just, making an assumption. If this is the same Clement, we clearly know he isn't a prophet because he was curious. But if you need to know something, you go straight to Urim and Thummim and you receive that information. So let's see what he said.
There are those who have determined not only the year of our Lord's birth, but also the day. And they say that it took place in the 28th year of Augustus.
I don't remember Augustus being, no matter what. Let's read.
And in the 25th day of the Egyptian month, Pecan.
I don't remember the Hebrews going off of Egyptian. I don't remember that. So we got Roman in there. We got Egyptian. Read.
Which would be the 20th of May. Further, others say that he was born on the 24th or 25th of Farmuthi, which would be the 20th or the 21st of April.
Hence saying we don't know.
Con.
But Abi Howard knows. And by way of the Spirit, it was revealed. However, they don't know. So they're fixating the date. They created another thing, causing the children of Israel to be desolate. Oh, we celebrating Christ's Day. Mm-hmm. And even if the children of Israel knew, like all the children of Israel, like in this Hebrew movement, you know what we're going to be saying? Hey, bro, you linking up for your Howard Day? Come on. Come on. We can't be doing that. Therefore, it was left as a secret. All right, let's read on to, we can drop that. Let's get one more source. Various factors.
Various factors contributed to the choice of the 25th December as Jesus' birthday. Although theology professor Susan Rowe wrote in 1995, no liturgical historian goes so far as to deny that it has any sort of relation with the sun, the winter solstice, and the popularity of solar worship.
So the pagans said, "Oh, the Messiah is the son of righteousness." So it had to be at the winter solstice because that's when the sun rises up again.
God.
Which is, I think that's more superstition talk, like Paul was referring to. So this scholar, Susan Rowe, you can look her up, Susan Rowe. She was a scholar. She said there's no liturgical historian proving this. There's nobody proving this. And it isn't connected to the winter solstice. They deny this. One denies it, one says, oh, we're going to make it. Essentially what they're saying is Christmas, we're going to make it at the winter solstice or that week of the winter solstice to make the children of Israel or even to make the whole entire earth desolate. You can check that out in Revelations. We talk about that. How the whole world shall be drunken off her wine. All right, we can drop that. I think that's pretty good. You see where it says history.com? Click on that link and go to, it should say, let's see, History of Christmas, bullet point 3, from Yule to Saturnalia.
From Yule to Saturnalia. In Rome, where the winters were not as harsh as those in the far north, people celebrated Saturnalia in honor of Saturn, the god of agriculture. Beginning in the week leading up to the winter solstice.
So we know that the heathen has like a multitude of deities. So when this deity Saturn came, they had what was called, what we know as the winter solstice. Read.
And continuing for a full month.
So it leading up to the winter solstice all the way for an entire month.
Saturnalia was a hedonistic time.
It was a great, fun time where they did what?
When food and drink were plentiful.
You think they were just eating and drinking? No, they were sacrificing to their idol. Read on.
And the normal Roman social order was turned upside down.
Jump to the next verse, next stanza.
Can I add something, Priest?
Come on, go ahead.
So when it says hedonistic, that's the nice, politically correct way of freak-offs.
Yeah.
Doing what you feel, doing what's pleasurable to you. That's what they mean when they say hedonistic.
Yeah.
Also, around the time of the winter solstice.
There it is, once again, the winter solstice.
Romans observe Juvenalia, a feast honoring the children of Rome.
They just make stuff up. You honoring the children?
Con.
And so what's going on today? What they say? It's for the kids.
For the kids.
Yeah, all the time.
It's for the kids. We're literally causing ourselves to be desolate and we don't even know. It's like, I don't know, like a pill from the day they was born, they eat the pill, and when they get older, they say it's for the kids. They don't even know that they're celebrating Juvenalia. I guarantee you ask somebody in the world why they celebrating Christmas. Oh, I don't really celebrate it. Oh, okay, so why you saying happy holidays, Merry Christmas, this and that, Oh, it's for the kids, got to give them gifts. You know what they say. Everybody in this room, you say, oh, Christmas is an abomination. Yeah, I know. So, yeah. So we on the same page. Now I got to give gifts to the kids.
What about the kids?
What about the kids? Mm-hmm. This is what they're saying. Going more into paganism. Read on.
In addition, members of the upper classes often celebrated the birthday of Mithra, the deity of the unconquerable sun.
Another idol? We've mentioned Saturn, Mithra, and Juvenalia. We mentioned 3 idols in the winter solstice. This is one nation. We haven't even talked about all the other nations.
Yeah.
Let's read.
On December the 25th, it was believed that Mithra, an infant deity, was born of a rock.
Born of a rock? What type of weird stuff is that?
Yeah.
If you're a god, quote unquote, you weren't born. You exist. You've always existed. There is no start date or end date to you. That's not how the Most High and his angels work. Showing forth more paganism, showing forth how this is seeped into our minds and we start saying words that we don't even know is tied to idolatry. It's for the kids, it's straight up idolatry from Juvenalia. And you're celebrating Christmas, therefore leaving yourself, your temple, desolate. All right, is there more on that?
Yeah, there's one last sentence.
Yep.
For some Romans, Mithra's birthday was the most sacred day of the year.
So they're saying this winter solstice feast is the most sacred of the year. And what do we say? If this ain't the same thing, what do we say? It's the best time of the year.
Yeah. Greatest time. Or most
Whatever they
wonderful
say,
time.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So think about that. They said that in the time of old, and our own brethren say that time of now. Not even knowing the words that they're saying. It's straight from House of Time. How is it that you've never heard of these days, Juvenalia, Saturnalia, but thousands of years later, in 2025, you say it's the best time of the year, and you say it's for the kids. Because Satan is literally in your chamber of imagery, causing you to be desolate. All right, let's see. We can drop that. There's so much more on it, but we're going to go ahead and drop that. And we're going to pick it back up. You can exit out of that link, and you can pick it up within the link. Matter of fact, you could drop that. I think we're good on that one. Let's go over to the Britannica source. It says Yule. Now, these sources are very credible and trustworthy sources. Britannica, that's been around for hundreds of years. History.com. Well, you can look up anything on history, and for the most part, it's accurate with backed up sources. So we're not just coming up with this information. This is what they say. The heathen is saying this. Those in the world. So we aren't being biased here. Abba willing, we hope to show that Christmas is an apostate doctrine, a damnable heresy that'll make the children of Israel desolate. All right, priest, you can get that.
And these other nations know because they created it.
Right.
They created, this is how they know and they believe, but then they repackaged it and they gave it to you and they called it Christmas. And you're eating it up, becoming an abomination, which has made you desolate. God. Look at you. And also the other nations as well.
Come on, go ahead.
Well, no, you know that we're not supposed to be involved with it. Just based, like you said, off of the information we're given, it's not biased. This isn't conjecture. These are theologians and historians that have no stake in any religion. Like he said, they like to gather facts.
Yeah.
They like to talk about history. So if you have a nation or a group of people worshiping the winter solstice, meaning looking at the heavens and honoring something that's happening in the heavens, that's a no-no for us.
Yeah.
We don't worship the sun and the moon. Mm-hmm. So as soon as you see, just on that point alone, should cause you like, I can't deal with Christmas. Yule is involved and it's intertwined. So it's abominable.
Kind.
Britannica.com, Yule Festival. Yule became a name for Christmas about the 9th century.
So Yule was the originated name, then it became Christmas. So let's see the history of Yule.
And in many languages, Yule and its cognates are still used to describe the holiday Jul in Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish, Jolud in Estonian, and Jolu in Finnish. and Joel in Icelandic. The Christmas holiday is still referred to as Yule in the Scots language, according to the saga of King Håkon Haraldsson.
So let's see what they did in this winter solstice feast.
Who ruled in the 10th century, the North Yule celebration and Christian Christmas celebrations were merged during his reign. Håkon became a Christian after a visit to England, and after his return to Norway, he put into law that Yule should be celebrated at the same time as Christmas.
That's where it comes from. This pagan converted, assimilated, and said, all right, now it's Christmas. All right, let's read.
Everyone was required to have an ell from a measure of grain and keep the holiday while the ell lasted, or else be subject to a fine.
So what's going on now? If you don't get no gifts for the kids and for the wife, then what's going to happen? It's going to be a whole lot of bickering. They're fining their people.
Right.
Meaning they're going into debt. How much is it? Trillions, is it?
Well, yeah.
Basically, trillions of dollars of debt for this one day. A day of abomination. Let's read.
And can I add, priest? And there's nothing new under the sun. Antiochus did the same thing. Now this king said, I ain't going to kill you. I'm going to find you. But look, you're going to observe this law. Continue to the next article.
That is, yep.
All right. There is evidence that Saturnalia as a festival was celebrated for around a century after the conversion of Rome to Christianity.
So earlier we talked about how Saturnalia came from the idol Saturn, straight up abomination. And 100 years later, after Rome converted, they were still celebrating Saturnalia. And then it eventually came into Christmas, therefore showing clearly that Christmas is a straight up an abomination. Let's jump over to, for the sake of time, you see where it says Constantine? Read that.
Constantine, the first Christian emperor, was brought up in the cult of the sun. So it is possible that the date of Christmas was designed to replace this festival specifically rather than the more ambiguous dates of Saturnalia.
That's another pagan abomination. It says the first emperor, Constantine, came from the cult, like CULT, of the sun. And he replaced it and he made Christmas, all right, this is Christmas now. Going over the abomination that causes the children of Israel to be desolate. All right, let's move on to the next one. Starting off with that source, blog.org, after Nimrod's death.
After Nimrod's death, circa 2167 BCE.
So these dates are skewed, right? They don't know the time of the fall of Adam till now. They're extremely skewed. So don't take that for face value. Read.
Semiramis promoted the belief that she was a god. So
in the time of Babylon, in the time of Mesopotamia, like the Ur of Chaldees in that time, when Nimrod was ruling in Genesis 11, it talks about the Tower of Babel and whatnot. This is the time they're in. This is that specific moment. So Nimrod was ruling, he died, and his mother said, oh, I'm going to promote my child to the level of the deities, a god, so-called. He was a deity, straight up an abomination. So this is what she claimed. And if we can, I don't know if you guys have opportunity, if you guys can pull up an evergreen tree and post it on the class. This is what Semiramis, the mother of Nimrod, said, or what she thought. Now, Nimrod was a powerful king, strong guy, in his time. But he wasn't nothing like an angel, like the Elohim. He was a mere mortal man who got his power from Yahweh at one point. God. But then when he forsook the Most High took it. All right, let's get that. She claimed
that she saw a full-grown evergreen tree spring out of the roots of a dead tree stump.
I don't know if you guys have the opportunity to pull up evergreen tree, but this is what Semiramis claimed. She claimed that she saw a full-grown evergreen tree. Anybody know what an evergreen tree is? What they call a Christmas tree.
Con.
That's literally what it is, a straight-up Christmas tree.
And I can almost bet you that she lied. Because that's what they do. They lie.
That's what the heathen does. They lie. That's all they do. They have no backing. They don't have no source. They just woke up one day, and this is what it is. So she claimed that she saw a full-grown evergreen tree. Read on.
Spring out of the roots of a dead tree stump.
So a dead tree rose up, and it became a living tree. So Nimrod was dead. He was resurrected, and he became a fully grown evergreen tree? That sounds familiar. Look at this apostate doctrine. Look at this damnable heresy. This is crazy.
He was reincarnated into a tree.
He was reincarnated to a tree. Amazing. Amazing. And I can only imagine they definitely probably got the that so-called Christmas tree from the tree of life of the children of Israel. But nonetheless, let's keep reading.
Symbolizing the springing forth of new life for Nimrod.
So pay close attention to what they gave.
On the anniversary of his birth, she said Nimrod would visit the evergreen tree and leave gifts under it.
So Nimrod would come to the tree. He would be the tree. And gifts would come from the tree, trying to signify that he's some type of power. Look at the abomination of this. If this isn't eye-opening, right, straight up track. If this isn't eye-opening, look at what it says. Read.
His birthday fell on the winter solstice at the end of December.
Straight up idolatry. The first statute, first commandment, first law is honor the Most High Abba Yahweh and don't engage in idolatry. That's the very first one. And these people, these heathens, have us breaking the Most High's very first statute, commandment, law. Do not engage in idolatry, but worship the Most High Abba Yahweh alone. So, what is the December 25th? It's that winter solstice week. Because, the times changed. So one time it was December 25th. Then it was December 21st. Then sometimes it's December 12th to 14th. So to summarize it, right, to make it plain and clear, we're saying it's the winter solstice feast. This is the birthday of Nimrod. So what is it today when we have this so-called Christmas tree, and at the base of it, we have the gifts, and at the top of it, you have a wreath. We're going to cover that too. And so this is on so-called December 25th in modern times. But in ancient times, Nimrod, or his mother, promoted her son Nimrod to idol practice, a deity so-called, and they did the same thing. Once again, you're practicing the ways of the heathen, and you don't even know it because your temple is desolate. If your temple wasn't defiled, you would know these things. You would know. Let's read.
The Nimrod and Christmas narrative links the Babylonian king Nimrod to pagan traditions, co-opted,
Christmas. Meaning it's sinking in. Read.
Suggesting his wife, Semiramis, promoted him as a deity after his death.
What day?
Establishing December 25th, the winter solstice, for his rebirth.
We can end class right now. There's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
This is going to show that Christmas is a straight up an abomination. This is going to show that Christmas has been here before the Messiah. They changed the name. This is going to show that Christmas dates back to Nimrod's time, before the Messiah was physically born on the earth, in the time of Rome. This is what it's going to show. So how is it possible that this is Christ's Mass, Christ's birthday? They're just putting together a date. No, they're not. They're doing this strategically because they know, without a shadow of a doubt, they know, and we're going to get there, they know if you put this greatest holiday, what they call a holiday, if you put this greatest holiday in the winter season around the time of a certain feast, they're going to celebrate it.
Yeah.
And like Priest Gabar said, they're going to eat it up. And they're going to forget. And the stars are going to be taken away. And what's going to happen? The children of Israel are going to become desolate. And we will be straight up an abomination in the eyes of the Most High. So is there more on that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's more.
There's a little piece that I'm looking at.
Okay, go ahead. You want to bring that out there?
Oh, yeah. It just says December 25th, the winter solstice for his rebirth, and gift giving under evergreen trees. This is the point I was talking about. A pagan custom later Christianized as Jesus' birthday. They telling you the truth, but you won't consider. The only thing you come back and say, but it's for the kids.
Which is another form of their idol celebration, juvenalia. It's literally the honoring of children. It's for the kids. Get them gifts.
And it says historians. For those of you who trust in historians, note early Christians, listen to this, early Christians did not celebrate birthdays and Christmas traditions.
That's powerful.
You did not do that. What happened? You drank the Kool-Aid. And now you have become desolate. You've
Read that
become
last part,
destroyed. Evolved much later. So Christmas tradition that evolved much later.
Much later. And I do want to mention, I was being a little too hasty. We're not here seeking to tear down the nations or anybody, honestly speaking. We do get very passionate on the stage sometimes. We're here to edify the world, as mentioned in Romans chapter 11, to be that light to the nations and to Israel, to show if you keep Hanukkah, if you keep Feast of Dedication, all these different days, you're going to miss the most important thing.
Yeah.
Day of Vengeance, which we're upon right now, even Feast of Weeks,
that's coming
which
up.
we're coming up next week. And in the midst of the Feast of Weeks, they put this day called Christmas, causing us to be desolate. But other than that, let's continue to move forward.
Let me add something, please.
Oh, okay, Khan, go ahead.
So Christmas, as Kahan Uriah is bringing it out, is truly a damnable heresy. After all the information up to this point, we got a lot more. But up to this point, there's enough facts and proofs to show that these are doctrines. These are opinions that puts us at variance with the standard. Now, we talked about this in other class. The standard is the scriptures, these holy venerated books. You don't see December 25th in the scriptures. You don't see a wreath and all these other things that people celebrate now. You don't see the buying of gifts for children on a specific day and time. These are truly damnable heresies, which is a good segue point because he pointed out, and from the beginning, Nimrod was at the beginning. So if we use damnable heresies in this point, this is the standard in which they derive their pagan holiday, right? And in the midst of this, it talks about how Semiramis, is Nimrod's mother, hard to pronounce, she had these gift givings when Nimrod came back and brought these gifts and people were buying gifts. These gifts were to build up the wealth of their nation state so they can grow their nation state. So we want to look at another part. We want to look at an important part as it relates to modern Christmas now and how we celebrate it. We know that it's a day of extreme commercialism, commodification, right? Money. These big corporations, this is a huge day, a huge time. Any of those that are into business and they study money and different things like that, especially in our country and capitalism, this fourth quarter is extremely important, right? The earnings that they make for this quarter, some companies, they live off of just these last couple of months. They get all their money in these months. So they have these campaigns. They dump huge money into marketing to win your soul. To say, hey, using kids, as we're going to bring out with this juvenalia, but in modern times, these marketing campaigns target your children. And what do your children do when they get on these games and they're playing them? And then they got a little ad that says, I'm going to go old school here, G.I. Joe and the Kung Fu grip. Or let me make it more applicable, Roblox and these video games and different things like that. Mm-hmm. When they see these things, who do they go to?
Their parents.
They said, Mommy, Daddy, give me that Roblox. I need Roblox. I need this game. I need that game. I need this toy. I need that toy. And what does the parent do? I love my kids. I have to get it for them. By any means necessary, some people, right? They get these toys at the detriment of their finances in their own home. And these companies know that. So let's bring out some of this modern, this commodification, this commercialism of Christmas, because there's nothing new under the sun. They did it at the time of Semiramis, moving up to the Roman Empire when they instituted it with Juvenalia, and now we see it in this time. This day is all about the kids, right? And there's other things too. The adults have their place in this celebration, but it's really in this market in America is driven by children. Mm-hmm. So with this commodification and commercialism of Christmas, we know that people spend money that they don't have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Capitalism, we live in a credit-based society, right? People are using money that they don't have to buy things, mainly for children, but it's for adults as well. And so with this time, we find a lot of debt. People go into debt, huge debt.
Yeah.
And it affects the people that run this country. That's why it's so important. What makes America great? America is great because of its middle class, right? You have your poor class, middle class, and your upper class. If you don't have a middle class, you don't have the America as we know it. So they push these things out. The middle class are living mostly, if you look at the statistics, paycheck to paycheck. Yeah. We don't have savings. Those that study this, credit is at an all-time high.
Yeah.
There's prognosticators saying that the stock market is going to crash, right? There's bubbles all over the place. Things are hyperinflated. You got inflation and all these different things, but yet and still, I got to get this toy for my child. I don't care.
On Christmas.
On Christmas. On Christmas. You know what, the funny thing I used to say, and I was involved in this madness at one point, but, I started thinking, I was like, man, why do I got to get this stuff on Christmas?
Yeah.
Why do I got to get it in December? Why can't I just buy it in January when the real sales are going on?
Exactly.
Because everybody done spent their money in December. Now they trying to get more money in January. So I would say, man, you know what? I'm extending Christmas. I'm buying this stuff in January. People got gifts in January. All abominable. But let's take a look at some of the key findings as it relates to consumer spending for Christmas. All right? So I'm gonna read a few bullet points here. Priest Gabaria, do you see where it says key findings?
Gun.
If you would, read that first bullet point.
Santa's checking his list this holiday season, and customer debt is at the top. 30% or 36% of Americans took on debt this holiday season. Only 44% of which has planned to. Parents of young children were the most likely to take on debt at 48%.
48%. Now, Priest, I don't know the numbers of how many people are in America.
360 million.
So you have 180 million people that are in debt. Now, these findings and these numbers are from studies done in 2024. We haven't even talked about 2025, obviously, because Christmas hasn't came. They haven't did their earning reports. They haven't showed who spent what. But it's going to be worse this year. Anybody keeping up with the economic times in this country know that inflation is at all-time high. So that video game that you bought for your child in 2024 that was $40 now could be upwards to $70, $80, right? So that which equates to the debt is getting bigger, right? They're spending more money of money that they don't have. But we'll continue reading on that, priest.
Those who went into debt took on an average of $1,181, up from the $1,028 in 2023.
Now, that number may seem insignificant. You say $1,000. We're talking about each person that wants to go buy gifts.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking their credit card or whatever, and boom, $1,000. And what do we say? 180 million people.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got 180 million people spending at a minimum of $1,000 on gifts, you do the math.
Yeah.
Right? And all of this money that's being accumulated, right, is going to nefarious purposes.
Yeah.
Like in the times of Nimrod, right? When all this wealth was coming in and they said they want to increase their nation state, well, the same thing is going on here. But as we get the money to put it towards our covenant, they're putting the money to put toward more wickedness, increased wickedness. These projects and these different things that companies want to do, some of them that we're not even aware of, are nefarious, right? But let's look at the next bullet point. Read the next bullet point, if you will, priest.
You've heard of Dasher and Dancer, but what about stress and regret? 60% of those who took on debt say they're stressed about it, with 69% of young children saying so. Additionally, 42% says they regret spending as much as they did, and 21% expect it'll take 5 months or longer to pay it off. Another 20% are only making minimum payments.
Man, if those that study, finance or just know yourself using a credit card, that's brutal. Brutal. In this too, if you read between the lines, this is an emotional time of the year, right? People lose family members, right? Different things like that. The grief or embarrassment or the different things that they can't get these things for the kids plays a huge factor in all of this, right? So this is what this holiday brings about here in America, and I'm sure in other places as well. It says 69% of parents of young children are saying this, that they're stressed out, right? Working overtimes. And this is, like I said, this is going to be worse this year. This year with inflation, you got people that can barely make rent. They might live off of government assistance, and they're going to have the most for their kids.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have the most for their kids. I heard a fact, and this is dealing with our community. The statistics come out and say that the buying power of melanated black people alone in a year is like $1.8 trillion.
A lot of money.
$1.8 trillion. That's just our demographic alone. That amount of spending outnumbers the countries they had of us. Obviously, you have China, France, all the big GDP powers. But at 15, if you were to take our group of people, we would be at number 15.
Just us.
Just us. And mind you, there's over, 200 countries in the world?
Yeah.
15 in the top percentile. Amazing. So that statistic alone shows you who's Hasatan targeting. It's us.
Yeah, and to build on that, right, they're targeting us. They know what the economy is like this year. So to ensure that money comes into their pocket, this year they have begun to, on many shelves in many stores, start to offer Black Santa Claus, Black elves. These
Never saw that.
Never saw that before now, and you see them loaded on the shelves because they're targeting you. Yeah. Nigger Claus. That's a good one.
Yeah.
They're targeting you. They want to make sure that you stay in desolation by promoting this abomination. And you going, well, I've seen in some cases some of our people are not going for it, but then there's probably a large majority that's like, oh, they finally, I was waiting for this all my life. And now they got a black Santa Claus. Testing. My mic went out.
Hasatan busy.
Yeah.
Caught off the priest mic.
1, 2. We
There
back.
you go.
We
Okay.
back. But let's go ahead, priest.
No, rewind that, priest. That last part you said was important so they could hear it.
I think I was going into. There's a lot of us that are happy that finally I waited all my life to finally put up black Santa Claus and black elves and anything dealing with our people to make Christmas legit. And it's still not legit.
Still not.
It's in it. It's what's keeping us desolate. That abomination is keeping us desolate. Just get rid of the whole kit and caboodle and come into the true winter feast, which we will eventually go into in the course of this class.
So to sum it up, like we were saying, or like we've said in previous classes, our enemy is cunning. We did 17, like we said, we're on week 17 on doing damnable heresies, and there's hundreds of thousands of damnable heresies. We can go on years talking about the damnable heresies, these things that Satan is creating. So you got to think, those that are Israel, you know, and those that are not, you got to think, why is this? That's the question you got to ask. Like we're talking about, these are the things that make us desolate. These are the things that are taking our power. So with that being said, this highlights the commercialism in modern day, but we see it wasn't just in modern day. This happened in the beginning with Nimrod. It happened in Rome, and I'm sure it happened in other cultures where we haven't brought up the facts on it.
So we just talked about how Nimrod was the tree, and gifts were being let out from him and all these weird heathenistic things. Priest Rashim, grab me Jeremiah 10. Pick it up at the first verse.
Hear ye the word which the Most High speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Most High, learn not the way of the
The
heathen.
Most High is telling us through Jeremiah the prophet, don't learn the ways of the heathen, because the heathen will have you desolate. Read.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
So they see the winter solstice, oh. They see the Vernal equinox, oh. They just panic, freak out. They're terrified at the signs of the heavens. We shouldn't be dismayed at the signs of the heavens. The heavens are for our benefit. You see the sun waxing, it's more oblation time. You see the sun waning, I got to get in more lots to protect myself, more oblation time. You see this month, what that means? Feast of Tabernacles, more oblation time. So we utilize the heavens, the sun, moon, and stars for our own benefit. We're not worshiping. They bow down and worship to it. Let's see what else they do. Verse 3.
For the customs of the people are vain, for one cutteth the tree out of the forest.
And now we can know what tree they're cutting. The evergreen tree, that chroma tree. Read.
With the axe. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails, and with hammers that are it mount.
That it move not. So this is
not.
literally the Christmas tree, the evergreen tree, the same tree that was mentioned by Semiramis and Nimrod, and the same tree our brothers and sisters in the world are using today. Straight up an abomination that makes the children of Israel desolate.
Can I add something, priest?
Come.
So I've talked to people about this with this tree thing, and they was like, oh, that's not Christmas. But you saying that you are a follower of the Messiah, and he's quoting Jeremiah and these other prophets. Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
It's the very appearance of evil. So even if you have questions, I don't know if it goes back to Nimrod, which it does. But if you have qualms about that, he's telling you here, what do people deck trees with now? Silver and gold, you know, whatever it is. And trimmings, there we go. Ornaments and all of this other stuff. Yeah, you need to leave that alone. But that's all I want to add, priest.
Absolutely. And I go to different places in Metro Atlanta, And I couldn't believe that like other nations that aren't even so-called Christians are celebrating Christmas. I wanted to Cumming. If you know Cumming, then you know. They were straight up idolaters. They had all the Christmas decorations. But in the corner, there was this idol about this big in a smaller corner. Got cups at the bottom. I was, wait, are you a Christian or are you a Hindu? Which one is it?
Yeah.
All of the nations will bow and capitulate to the great whore in these latter days. But let's keep reading. Where were we at? What verse?
Verse 5.
Come on.
Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 5. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must need be born because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. Neither also is it them to do good. In them to do good. Verse 6.
Come on, you could drop that there. So this is also known as the Ashare pole. They bow down and start worshiping this tree. But yeah, we just wanted to bring that out because I know we just talked about Nimrod, and we wanted to see that specific example right here in the scripture. So let's keep moving on. Oh, you have some?
Con, let me
okay.
So here we want to, Priest Uriah has brought out that Christmas is a confluence of different pagan practices. Some pagan practices more than others, but it's still a confluence. It's an amalgamation of different traditions. So we want to look at some of the symbolism in modern Christianity now. Most people don't question these things. Why is there a mistletoe? Why is there, caroling and these different things? What does this have to do, even if you say it's what does it have to do with anything? It has its roots in paganism within it. So the question is why are they using this symbolism? People need to ask why. Symbolism and meaning has purpose, right? Decorum has purpose. There's a thing behind it. That's what people galvanize around. My mother, just being transparent, and like many other mothers, love the pageantry of Christmas. Just loved it. The colors, the ornaments, and the different things they use. The lights. She never questioned it. She just loved it. It was appealing to the eye. You're in a time of the year, it makes you feel good. You got the eggnog and you got all this other stuff, and it's just something that she loved, and she did it well. Our house was second to none when it came to decorations, when it came during this time. So why are they doing this? This is what we have to ask, especially if you're a Berean, if you're those that are seeking truth. Why are they using this symbolism? Let's take a look at some of these, this paganism, this paganistic symbols that are in this holiday or holiday. If you would, Priest Gabar, if you can click on that link. And so what we're looking at now are the pagan origins of Christmas, and we're looking at some of the symbolism. And if you would, Priest, let's go down to where it talks about the significance of holly and mistletoe. So for those that don't know, that might not be aware of this mistletoe, they hang up in random places. And when you come under the mistletoe, right, I guess now it could be, man on man, woman on woman, that LGBTQ stuff, the alphabet stuff. But if you come under a mistletoe, you're supposed to kiss a person. But let's look at where this came from. If you would, Priest, let's read where it says holly and mistletoe.
Just waiting for it to load up. It's moving. Oh, hold on a second.
They come up?
Yeah, not quite yet.
Yeah, the page is kind of bloated. They got a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah, it looks like it's not working. You might have to look at it from your source.
Okay, Con. Mine just slowed down as well. But I'll begin to read. Holly and mistletoe were both sacred plants for the pagans. Let me read that again. So these pagans that used holly and mistletoe, it was sacred for them. Mine is seasoned up.
Yeah, I'm here.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. So holly and mistletoe were both sacred plants for the pagans. Kissing under the mistletoe and decorating homes with holly were originally pagan traditions.
Now this source, if they're Christian or not, they're telling you
Yeah.
based on information, facts. They are pagan traditions. There was no mistletoe or holly in Jerusalem at the time of Yahushua. And if there was, well, it had to be much later because Christians instituted this. I forget what Priest Uriah said, but it was 100 years later. But we'll go ahead and read, Priest.
It says, now they have become such a intrinsic part of Christmas that it would be difficult to imagine the holiday without them.
And this is a true statement. Intrinsic means a part of the whole, meaning that if you take this pagan tradition from Christmas, you don't have Christmas.
Yeah.
That it's embedded in it, that it's a part of it. But we'll continue reading.
During Saturnalia, the Romans would exchange wreaths made of holly for good luck. Holly was a holy plant that was associated with Saturn, the god of agriculture.
Now listen to that. Holly was a holy plant, a plant that was set apart for their deity, Saturn, which is the god of agriculture. So in their minds, if you don't have any holly for Saturn, you ain't going to have a good harvest.
Gone.
Things ain't coming. So I'm pretty sure in that temple that they were going to, that place full of holly. Full of holly, right? So this is a part of the pagan traditions. And so, yeah, let's continue reading because there's another part here.
The early Christians were lucky that the festival of Saturnalia almost coincided with Jesus' birth. Since they were often heavily persecuted, Saturnalia gave them a cover to celebrate their own festival without being discovered.
Listen to that. Now they're saying people who followed the Messiah, who wanted to celebrate their feast in peace, they could do so under the cover of Saturnalia because, as we read out and brought out earlier, it's a hedonistic time. It's a time of feasting and doing all these different things, and people weren't concerned about what the Christians were doing or what the followers of the Messiah were doing. But we'll continue reading.
Yeah, so they slid that in there.
Right.
Secretly. And now you've accepted it wholly. Thus they began to take on this pagan custom and decorate their homes with holly to make it look like they were celebrating Christmas.
Now that's a no-no, right? I mean, they were being heavily persecuted. So what do we see in the Maccabees, right? Antiochus or Antiochus. I can't get it out. I'm thinking too fast. Antiochus said, refrain from your laws, your sacrifices, and all of that, and conform to one thing that's under the Greeks, one law that's under the Greeks, right? And in that account, and I'm just bringing it out, I think that is noteworthy. We see that historical account with the mother and her 7 sons,
Yeah.
and how they were all put to death because they wouldn't eat pork, right? They wouldn't do these different things. The high priest was killed for it. No way in the world would they compromise and add something that was, that was idolatrous so that people would turn the eye and be like, oh, yeah, they, to deceive them in that way. It's either you in or you out. There's no gray area. So that's a no-no. But, yeah, this is what they did back in that time because they were being persecuted. They were being put to death. And we'll read that last sentence.
This made it easier for them to recognize each other in the midst of their communities. They continued the practice even after paganism disappeared from Europe, which is a lie. Paganism never disappeared from Europe. It's still there. But anyway, more?
Yeah, we'll read this
Kissing under the mistletoe, one of the most popular Christmas traditions, also has its pagan roots.
So here in Israel, we don't kiss random people. You ain't going to see no mistletoe or holly over the door and you come under and be like, oh, I need to give you a kiss. Or I need to do this and that. We don't do that. But this is what they did. This is, how it ties in with their idolatry and how they worship their fake deities. They had to do this. But we'll continue reading.
The ancient Norse, Celtic, and Druids were all obsessed with mistletoe to a certain extent. Also, the plant was considered sacred to Saturn, and the ancient Romans would perform fertility rituals under it.
Fertility rituals. What is that?
Freak-offs.
Freak-offs. That's the nice political way
exactly.
to put that. So they was, like I said, engaging in all sorts of illicit sexual behavior.
Under those mistletoe.
Under the mistletoe. And this is in public. Right? So we see this thing today. There's a lot of this is going on, but, these feasts, working in the corporate world at one time, these Christmas holidays and parties were big. They going all out. Some of them, it was good. It was, the way they look at it was corporate from, but other times they had these after parties.
Yeah.
And different things like that, engaging in what we're talking about now. This is the source and origin of it. Priest, I'm going to pull up, I think I may have closed the tab on mistake. But I think they have another one in here. We can take a look at the gift giving. I think we talked about that a little bit already.
In the same document?
Juvenilia. Yeah, we'll go to the gift giving and caroling, that part. And if you would, just read the first two paragraphs.
Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Am I going back up? When celebrated?
Yes, right above the paragraph for the holly and mistletoe, the significance of the holly and mistletoe in that section.
Okay. Gift giving and caroling. Gift giving is a common practice during most festivals. These are occasions where we can show our affection for our loved ones in the form of material presents. Leaving Christmas gifts under the Christmas tree might be a very modern practice, but the very act of giving gifts to our family is as old as humans themselves.
He got that spot on. As old as humans themselves, that goes back to Nimrod.
Mm-hmm.
We talking about the first, correct me if I'm wrong, priest, 1,000 years after the fall of Adam. You can't get no more closer to the origin than that.
Yeah.
So this goes way back then, and we talked about it. There's tree came, Nimrod came back, he's giving gifts. People are giving gifts for the welfare of the nation state to do these different things, abominable things. It goes way back then.
Yeah, right after the time of the flood of Moses.
Yep.
You can't get any closer, like the brother said.
And then we'll read that next sentence the Romans gave.
The Romans gave each other small gifts during Saturnalia in the hopes of a bountiful harvest the next day. It was a way of wishing each other good luck.
So we don't wish each other good luck. Our trust is in Abba Yahweh. We stand on his promises and word. Like the priest brought out, if you worship the Most High in due season, in due time, and in a proper manner, things come.
Yeah.
Blessings come.
Blessings come.
But if you don't, them curses come. So they're doing the same thing, but they're doing it in an abominable, wicked way. As we brought out Juvenalia, buying gifts for the children. Here it's talking about they gave smaller gifts to each other, to the adults. So these are some of the symbolism and paganism of Christmas, the roots, what we're doing in modern day, and where it's coming from Saturnalia and some of these earlier practices.
So as we are going throughout this class, right, we kind of can see a similar theme. The heathens are the inventors of what we know today as Christmas. And we talked about earlier how setting up abominations make the children of Israel desolate in the times of old. And we gave a good example in the times of new. Well, it was short. Let's go into great detail about what causes the children of Israel desolate. Let's get Numbers 22 and verse 1, Priest Gabaria.
And the children of Israel set forth and pitched in the plains of Moab on the sides Jordan and by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw that the children of Israel, what the children of Israel have done unto the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel.
So you got Balak and Balaam. It's an ancient art called witchcraft, accuser of the brethren. Jump to verse 5.
He sent messengers, therefore, to Balaam, the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people.
Now, if you know, right, Balaam is like what they call a city hopper, like an immigrant or something. He's just going from state to state, country to country. He was in Egypt, then he ran there. Now he's in near Moab.
Almost like a what do you call it, nomads?
Yeah, like
Just
exactly.
traveling.
He ran. Moses made him run. But anyway, that's neither here or there. All right, let's keep reading.
To call him, saying, behold, there is a people come out of Egypt. Behold, they conquer, or they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me.
Pay close attention to what he says in the 6th verse.
Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people.
Now remember what we started today's class with. Iniquity, when iniquity shall abound, iniquity and sin is synonymous.
Con.
If you have sin upon you, the evil spirit of sin on you, you are already cursed.
Con.
There's no curse coming on you. This isn't no get you some pot, get you some blood, get you a rabbit's foot, and then I'm gonna put a spell on you. No, you are already cursed before the spell, so called.
Yeah.
So he said, "Come now, we gotta curse these people, for they're too strong than us." Let's read, priest.
For they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we might smite them, and that I might drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou blessed.
So the nations understand how the children of Israel operate. That we operate in blessings if we do righteousness, and if cursings if we do wickedness. Read.
So the king is saying, I know that whomever you shall bless shall be blessed, and whomever you shall curse shall be cursed.
Jump to the 12th verse.
Now, the Heavenly Father, Salakia, and Abba, or the word is used here, God said unto Balaam, thou shalt not go with them. Thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed.
Right, so we're given a condensed version, right, of the beginning of the story. But essentially, Balaam tried to curse the children of Israel. And the Most High, and the holy angels, through the Most High Yahweh, said, no, these people are blessed. Let's go over to Numbers 23, verse 8.
And I want to mention, too, that the way he did it was, in the way that the children of Israel did it, he gave sacrifices. And went to curse them by accusing them.
On the altar.
Right. So he did those things. They sacrificed, and which they do and continue today. So you said the 8th verse?
Numbers 23, verse 8.
How shall I curse whom the Heavenly Father has not cursed?
So you can't curse somebody who isn't able to be a recipient of a curse. Remember what we say. Without a cause, there is no curse.
Yeah.
But Christmas is that cause that causes the children of Israel to be cursed. Hence, abomination of desolation. Let's read.
And how shall I defile whom the Lord has not defiled? Is that the word that is used in there?
How shall I defy? Same thing.
Defy. Okay.
So now let's see. We were blameless. We were free of trespass. We were free of sin. Let's see how we became cursed. Let's see that cause. Numbers 25 and verse 1.
And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredoms with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods.
There it is right there. Mm-hmm. They started sacrificing to idols. Just like Christmas, our people are sacrificing to idols. If you celebrate Christmas, you're celebrating Javalia, which is the honoring of children. If you celebrate Christmas, you're literally celebrating idolatry. Mm-hmm. So in the times of Numbers, they cursed the children of Israel by causing them to sacrifice to idols, and this is exactly what's going on today. Let's read.
And they lured him by the whores of Moab, and they said, listen, if you want all of me, you have to bow down to my God and eat of the sacrifices, knowing that that would cause us to be desolate. That abomination would cause us to be desolate. So it says, and they begin to commit whoredoms with the daughters of Moab, and they called the people unto their sacrifices of their deities, and the people did eat.
Or
Israel
sacrifice.
fell for it. And did bow down to their idols. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel.
There it is right there. Now, at this specific moment, we became cursed. We became abomination of desolation. That abomination was sacrificing to those idols that caused us to be desolate. That abomination today is this gift giving and all the Christmas festivals and this and that causes us to be desolate. So we can drop that. Priest Rashim, pick it up at 1 Maccabees 1 and verse 54. We're going to see another example that causes the children of Israel to be desolate. Now, as we already know, today we covered this last week, that we are officially on the 25th day of the Day of Vengeance. And what the nations did was they hearkened back to Haggai 2. And they said, oh, we got to curse the children of Israel so that they may not receive that blessing on the 9th month and the 25th day. So let's see another example of how the children of Israel became desolate. 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 54.
Now the 15th day of the month of Caslu, in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side.
So what took place? We consented to one religion under Antiochus, and we started sacrificing to idols, and we became the abomination of desolation. So now, in today's time, if we're celebrating Christmas, if we're out here gift giving and Maryland and whatever the terms Priest Rashim know, I don't remember, all of these terms that signifies Christmas, if we bow down and sacrifice to Saturnalia unknowingly, unconsciously, we too become an abomination of desolation, but not based off of a physical temple, but the temple within us. We're going to eventually we're going to defile our temple if we bow down and sacrifice to idols. All right, let's jump to the 58th verse.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 58. Thus did they, by their authority unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. Now the 25th day of the month, they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of Abba Yahweh.
And they're not just saying on the 25th day to be random. This is the 9th month. Check out last week's class. It started on the 15th day, and they waited until the 25th day and caused the children of Israel desolate. So while our brethren and sisters are celebrating, Feast of Dedication, Hanukkah, in the midst of Day of Vengeance, they're literally going to miss the Day of Vengeance, continuing that curse, continuing the abomination that makes the children of Israel desolate. And then you count 7 days later, from this first day, which is the 25th day, and we start counting. What's next? Anybody knows what next week is? 7 days from now? Right, you got the new month, you got the Feast of Weeks, winter solstice, which is another high holy day. So if we miss the Day of Vengeance, if we miss this day that caused us to be desolate, that desolation is going to stay upon us. And when Christmas is here, when that dirty holiday of Christmas comes, we're still going to be desolate. Therefore, the children of Israel have no power, no sight, no strength in the Most High Yahweh. So we have to make sure, as we are on this Day of Vengeance, to curb and stay that trespass that causes us to be cursed. And make sure you register for the Winter Feast of Weeks. Because if you don't register, you may not get in the door. The door going to be locked. So you got to go register. We could drop that. Let's pick it up at Ezekiel 33 and verse 25. Priest Rashim, if you can grab that.
Wherefore say unto them, thus saith the Most High Abba Yahweh, you eat with the blood and lift up your eyes toward your idols and shed blood, and shall ye possess the land?
You think you're going to possess the land? You eat blood to sacrifice, bow down to idols? You think you're going to inherit the kingdom of heaven? You think you're going to, that temple within you is going to be cleansed? No, it's not. It's going to be defiled. It's going to be an abomination that makes you desolate. You're celebrating these days the Most High told you not to celebrate, but the day he told you to remember, the day of vengeance, you disregard.
God.
Let's read.
Verse 26. Ye stand upon your sword, ye work abomination.
It says you work abomination. The abomination isn't going to come upon you. You work it. You wake up every morning, drive into abomination, metaphorically speaking. Read on.
And ye defile every one his neighbor's
You're
wife.
not keeping law, statutes, commandments with your brother, with your sister. But what are you doing? Should you possess the land? No, you're not going to possess the kingdom of heaven if you work abomination. Read on.
Yeah, in other words, you think you blessed and highly favored doing that? Absolutely not.
You're not.
Verse 27.
This is now the Most High is telling Ezekiel, this is what you go say to the children of Israel. Read.
Say unto this unto them, thus saith the Most High Abba Yahweh, as I live, surely that they that are in the waste shall fall by the sword, and him that is in the open field will I give to the beast to be devoured. And they that be in the forts and in the caves shall die of the pestilence.
Causing that abomination of desolation. So, brethren, sisters, we have to keep the day of vengeance. Then we have to come into the Feast of Weeks right after. This day of vengeance is like a cleansing, 925. It's like a cleansing to us. So that following week, when the Feast of Week comes, we ready to go again. There's no trespass. There's no iniquity found amongst the children of Jacob. All right, let's read.
Verse 28. For I will lay the land most desolate, and the pomp of her strength shall cease.
Even the land shall be desolate. You look at the city of Adam right now. You look at modern Jerusalem, so-called. That place is a straight-up abomination. 100%. And you even got our people trying to go back to Israel, and they went to Israel, and they live horribly. Horribly. All right, let's read.
Continuing in verse 28. And the mountains of Israel shall be desolate, that none shall pass through. Then shall they know that I am the Most High, when I have laid the land most desolate because of all their abominations.
Look at this saying, and then I shall cause the abomination that's going to make them desolate. Even the land. Not because the Most High wanted to do it, but why?
Because of all their abominations which they have committed.
They've caused that abomination of desolation. And if you are out here celebrating Christmas, following the other nations, you are causing an abomination of desolation on yourself as well. So this day you should choose. You're going to follow the world, follow the nations, or you're going to follow the Israelites who have the power of Abba Yahweh within their temple. All right, let's read.
Verse 30. Also, thou, the son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls.
Stiff-necked and rebellious.
And in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his own brother, saying, Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that cometh forth from the Most High.
So, we want to see what the Most High says, even while they're still doing wickedness. Read on.
And they come unto thee as the people cometh, and they sit before thee as my people, and they hear thy words.
They will hear the words, and they're like, oh, that's deep, brother. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I'm going to teach that. Read.
But they will not do them.
They won't do them. They won't hearken to them. Many brothers have come into the house of wisdom to have a good conversation, and they all say, oh, yeah. We don't do that no more. Oh, yeah, where's that in the scripture? Brother, just because you don't know where it is in the scripture don't mean it ain't in the scripture.
Con.
You got to search out and be like the Bereans and find them. They always say stuff like, yeah, we don't do that. Well, just because you don't know, that doesn't mean we don't do it.
Right.
Let's read.
Latter part of verse 31. For with their mouth they show much love.
With their mouth they show like they keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, the peace and thanksgiving offerings. Read.
But their heart goeth after their covetousness.
But their heart is wayward, it's froward. It leads to abomination that makes us desolate. Verse 32.
And lo, there are unto them as a very lovely song of one that hath
They just want to be pleased and entertained and feeling joyful. That's the only thing they care about. The nations, they want to lead the joy and the entertainment and do all manners of wickedness within it. The children of Israel want to be entertained and capitulate to the wickedness in it. Don't even know that they commit wickedness. That's how illiterate and dumb we are without the Most High Yahweh. Read.
as a very lovely song of one that hath a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument, for they hear thy words.
That's deep, bruh.
But they will not do them.
But they won't execute upon it. However, there is something else. Verse 33.
And when this cometh to pass.
When this comes to pass, read.
Lo, it will come.
Oh, most definitely it will come, as we are preaching and teaching a gospel of peace, going over the abomination of desolation, all these beautiful, glorious, and righteous things. What else?
Then shall they know that a prophet hath been among them.
Then they're going to know, as we stand in the stead of prophets, that the prophets were among them. Then we're going to know. So this is going over in more detail abominations that make the children of Israel desolate. This abomination of Christmas.
And priest, here it's interesting that how, the scriptures use a lovely song, because this also is another abominable tradition for Christmas. If you would, Khan Gabaria, if you could read that where it says even Christmas carols. So even the singing of songs during these wicked feasts and the things that they celebrate also has its pagan origins. Has anybody ever wondered, well, you got a group of people that go house to house singing these songs and doing these different things? Why are they doing that? What's that have to do with anything? Now they singing about, so-called Jesus, and I say that because what we've been preaching, in my opinion, I'll say this, a lot of times the one that they serving is not who we serve.
Con.
But they go around house to house singing these different songs, and like Kahan Uriah said, you want to feel good about what you're doing. You don't want to have the mindset that, what I'm doing is wicked. Like we talk about Mr. Giggles and all them, they want to celebrate these pagan holidays, so they'll spin it so they can feel good about doing it. Right. They don't want to honor what the standard says to do, how we're supposed to comport and behave, and what we're supposed to observe. But let's take a look at this caroling, this singing. This is a custom or a tradition that has pagan roots in Christmas. But we'll read, priest, when you have that.
Even Christmas carols have ancient roots. The Christmas carols in themselves and their lyrics might be more modern, but the tradition is probably Anglo-Saxon. The Anglo-Saxons' tradition of going door to door and singing to your neighbors was called wassailing, if I said that right. It came from the phrase wassail ha'el, meaning good health. Every year, these singers would roam around the village in small groups, serenading their neighbors and wishing away evil spirits and bad health.
Wishing away evil spirits and bad health.
Where's that in the scriptures?
Where's that in the scriptures? By way of those that are, streaming, what this last part here, serenading their neighbors away and wishing evil spirits and bad health, what does this mirror? What other holiday is this like? Halloween. Sister got it right off the bat. people carve out these pumpkins and different things, set them on their porch so they can shoo away evil spirits. But we at the House of Wisdom, like we said, we give understanding. And we know from our culture, the only way to get rid of an evil spirit is with a sin offering.
God, the only way.
Only way. And you got to be under covenant, right?
God.
So whether it be the 6th covenant, 7th covenant, you got to be under covenant, and you have to give a sin offering to get away these evil spirits. So this caroling is abominable in itself. And it says that the Germans, this is Germanic. It'd probably be a safe bet that they did this in Rome too. In Saturnalia, this was a feast, this was a festive time. There was singing, dancing, all sorts of illicit behavior. All this was going on. So that's just another true fact about singing and how this, it was no different in the times when, the prophet Ezekiel was speaking. People sing these songs and they want to feel good about the sin that they're in.
Yeah.
And sin feels good until you hit rock bottom. Right? So that's all I have on that.
Yeah, so we went over in the beginning of this journey the abomination of desolation. Now you should understand that the abomination is the paganism that you follow. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Easters. These are all abominations that our people are involved in. And what happens is that abomination causes the children of Israel and the other nations to be desolate. And what we're trying to do here is try to make you aware of it, especially the children of Israel, and then reverse those curses. Right now you're in desolation. You want to know why you the first fired, the last hired? You want to know why you're suffering so? You want to know why evil is in the world? Oh, God was ruling this earth. If there was a God, why is there so much evil? Because you're practicing in abominations.
God.
And the Most High will turn his back on you in a second when you're operating in these abominations, which causes us to be desolate. So now in this portion of this class, we're going to go into the things that we should be doing to cause the abominations of desolation to stop, to cease. So, because of time being fleeted, put on your seatbelts so we can get through this. So the first scripture we're going to go through, Kahan Rashim, is Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. And then Kahan Uriah, if you can give me the book of Enoch, the 72nd chapter. Okay. So let us begin.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 9.
These are where all the high holy days are. If they're not here, it's not a high holy day. It's a high memorial day. So you will understand, because you got brothers just making up holidays that are abominations, that you're calling them high holy days, and then you're keeping them on the wrong dates, and then nobody ever told you to keep them on those dates. Like the Feast of Dedication. Nobody told you to keep a Feast of Dedication. There was a high memorial day on that, but you have taken it and you have created a high holy day out of it. It's not written in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. It is a day of remembrance, but it is not a high holy day. So understanding is key to understanding how to get rid of this desolation that is among our people. So let's go ahead and read. Call the verse and the chapter and the verse.
Leviticus chapter 23 and verse 9. And the Most High Abba Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest.
Who are you to bring the first fruits to? The priest. The priests were essential at this time. And they're essential today in the seventh covenant. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Most High to be accepted for you on the morrow after the Sabbath.
This is what we're going to focus on. On this particular day, the Feast of Weeks, the first fruits, that first day is supposed to start on the morrow after the Sabbath, after the Shabbat. And a lot of brothers that are Hebrew constituents, they think that this day starts after the Sabbath of the Passover. And some say it may start the next week after the ending of the Passover. I would say that you are absolutely incorrect. You're not coming in duly or in due season. So through this journey, we will show you exactly when to come. So on the morrow after the Shabbat, the priest shall wave it, as we went over in the I forget which damnable heresy we taught about the heave and the wave.
Heave and the wave, yeah.
Right? So the priest shall wave it before we begin the feast, giving up a trespass offering, sin offering, and most importantly, the peace and thanksgiving offerings and the Shabbat offerings to begin the feast. But go ahead.
Oh, that priest, that was on the cross. Damnable heresy of the cross.
Con, there you go.
Verse 12. And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf, a he-lamb without blemish of the first year, for a burnt offering unto the Most High. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2 tenth deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto the Most High for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your Abba. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations.
If this to be a statute throughout your generations, why aren't we, the Hebrews, giving up sacrifices? You say it was done away with, but I say, where is that in the scriptures? It's been changed. It has not been done away with. Read on. Go ahead, brother.
Statute forever throughout your generation and all your dwellings. Verse 15. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath.
Let's pay attention to that. Go ahead.
From the day that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Sabbaths shall be complete.
So we're going to count 7 Shabbats or Sabbaths, 7 weeks until it shall be complete. Go ahead.
Verse 16. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto the Most High.
So at the end of it, on the 50th day, we are to offer another sacrifice, a new meat offering. Who's doing that? What sacrifices or offering are you giving? Just having a party? You got food like it's Thanksgiving, and you send up a little bit of prayers, and then you read a couple of scriptures, and you think that's a sacrifice unto the Most High? You are sadly mistaken. And then none of you that are doing this are in covenant with the Most High. Mm-hmm. Gather those together, my saints, who have made a covenant with me by way of sacrifice. Mm-hmm. What covenant have you made with the Most High, and what sacrifices did you give up? There's a specific sacrifice that you are to give, and most of you don't know what that is. So how could you give up that perfect sacrifice if you don't know what kind of sacrifice to give? So you are already in error.
Yeah.
So we have to begin here to show you when to come to the feast, because it is shown to us by way of Enoch, whom a lot of you don't read, when to come to the feast. And it's important to know when to come to the feast. So, Enoch 72.
The book of, verse 1?
Gun.
The book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven, the relations of each according to their classes, their dominions, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all the laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and into eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity.
Go ahead.
And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven.
So Uriel, which means the light of the Heavenly Father, showed Enoch all the things in the operations of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and all the operations of the heavens. It is a time clock for us. And he's showing him this time clock so that we can come to the feast of the Most High duly. And if you don't understand this, then you cannot come duly, and you will never enter into the feast on the day that you should.
Right.
This is why we have for sale the calendrical calendar.
Yeah.
That calendrical calendar is going to put you in a space where you can understand the operations of the heavens, the time clock of the heavens, so that you can come at the same time the angels are performing these feasts in the heavens.
Yeah.
That's important. So
Okay.
let's read on.
Verse 3. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rises, and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead.
So do we worship these things? No. They are a tool for us to use. So there's no worshiping the sun, the moon, and the stars. So it says the sun, the first luminary, it leads. It goes first. But there's something else that goes before that, but we're gonna hit that on the way there on this journey. Call the verse.
Middle of verse 3. 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all the following each other and accurately corresponding.
Accurately corresponding in order. They're accurate. This is why we need to follow what's going on in the heavens and not what man has prescribed for us. Go ahead.
Also, many windows to the right and left of these portals.
So we're not going to go over the windows and the portals and all of these things because we would have another whole class on that.
Yeah.
But just the point I'm trying to make is the sun has this purpose, and we are to follow the sun, meaning not follow the sun as to worshiping, but use that as a time clock. And you're going to see what I mean in a minute. Go ahead.
And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire.
So the first there goes forth is the great luminary called the sun. This goes first, and then it says his circumference. And this is important too. His circumference is a masculine energy. It's more powerful than the moon. But go ahead.
Verse 5. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal.
Just jump to the 6th verse.
And this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th portal.
Right, and there's a meaning for that. It's too complicated for you right now. But this first month, let's just stick with that. He rises in the great portal. The month. It's going to tell you how many days he goes in that portal and stays in that portal before he moves to the next one. So this first month, go ahead, he stays in this particular portal. Go ahead.
And the 4th portal, when the sun rises in the first month, are 12 window openings from which proceed a flame when they are open in their season.
So talking about the 12 months. Go ahead.
When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that 4th portal 30 mornings.
So 30 mornings. Go ahead.
In succession, 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning.
So it starts off in the vernal equinox, equal parts day, equal parts night. And it goes in that first month, 30 mornings. And once it goes into that 30 mornings, it goes into the next portal, the next month, and the days now become longer. And you guys should already understand this. This is not rocket science. So let's go ahead.
Verse 10, on that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 4th portal and sets in the 4th and returns to the 5th portal of the east, 30 mornings.
So now we have the first month, 30 mornings, the second month, 30 mornings. Jump to the 13th verse.
And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and rises and sets in the 6th portal 130 mornings on account of its sign.
So now we have the first month, 30 mornings, the second month, 30 mornings, but the third month is 31 mornings. 30, 30, 31. Now we have that extra one day, and we're going to actually explain that in a little bit. So, and it says on the account of his sign, Kahan Rashim, Genesis 1, 14, and 15. What is that sign? Let's see. Go ahead.
And Abba Yahweh said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs.
Let them be for signs. What is this sign? We're going to go over that sign. But that 31, that extra day, that one day is a part of that sign.
Yeah.
So the heavens are used for signs. Go ahead.
And for seasons.
And for seasons.
And for days.
And for days.
And years.
And years. So go ahead and read 15.
And let them be for the lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And Abba Yahweh made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
So now we have here that Enoch is being shown the operations of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they're used and created for signs. Signs for what? Signs to come to the feast. This is why it's important. And it's used for seasons and for festivals and all of these things. This is why it's important. If you're not using this, and the Most High is telling you it's for the festivals, how are you coming to the feast on time?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. You have to utilize these things. So,
Can I ask something, priest?
Go ahead.
And as I was mentioning earlier, these other nations who didn't know Abba Yahweh could clearly see that this was a sign.
Yeah.
That's why they were worshiping it, right? They could tell that this is the darkest day of the year. And, of course, they make their own religion around that, but they could see it.
So that sign, we're going to go into the sign. So before we move on, we got 30, 30, and 31. What does that number add up to? 91 days. Keep that in mind. 30, 30, 31. That one day is that sign. So we have 91 days. So let's go to Enoch, Kahan Uriah, on the intercalary days. Some of you may not know what an intercalary day is. You're about to find out right now. Let's read.
Verse 1, and the leaders of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days.
So we have 4 of those intercalary days. 4 of them. Let's read.
Being inseparable from their office.
You can't separate them from their office. They're there for a reason. These intercalary days are the signs and when to come to the feast. And when you know when they come and how to operate them, you'll be able to understand something that's impertinent or pertinent to what's getting ready to come next week.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Being inseparable from their office according to the reckoning of the year.
According to the reckoning of the year. Go ahead.
And these render service on the 4 days, which shall not reckon in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them that men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations.
So if you don't use them, you will go wrong.
Yeah.
Enoch is telling you, you have to use them. But guess what? Most of you don't know how to use them. And most of you don't know what it is. So how can you come to the feast? Most Hebrews don't know this. There are some that know, but they only know a small portion.
Yeah.
They don't know the entire reasoning of what this is and how to use it. But let's read.
Continue on in verse 2. One in the first portal, one in the third portal of the heaven, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations.
So a perfect cycle is 360, but in this case, those 4 make a perfect year, 364 days in the year, which gives you exactly 52 weeks. I've never even heard of such a thing until I came here, and I thought it was amazing that it's exactly 52 weeks. And the ending of that 52nd week is on the Shabbat, and then the very next day is the first day of the week, which is so-called Sunday. Amazing.
Yeah.
When you follow in the
Perfect
moon,
cycle.
you cannot do that. You cannot. I'd like to see you do it. I'll give you $1,000 if you can do that. And I'm waiting because you can't do it. I've done the calculations, and it was always confusion. Your Shabbats always end up in the middle of the week somewhere. And at the last month was the 3rd day, and the next day was the 1st day. The confusion. This is what's keeping you desolate and keeping you from the feast of the Most High in due season. So let's go to Enoch, the next book, Enoch 82nd chapter. And let's read, start at the 4th verse. Kahan Rashim, you can go ahead and take that.
Blessed are the righteous. Blessed are those who walk in the way of righteousness and sin not as the sinners. In the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heavens, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 positions. or portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days.
So we have 30, 30, 31. That 31, that 1 is the intercalary day. It starts off with the intercalary day, and then you go into the 30. So here we have the vernal equinox is 1. Then we have the summer solstice is 2. Then we have the autumnal equinox, that's 3. And then we have the winter solstice. We're coming up on the winter solstice, and that's number 4. These are signs and when to come to the feast. And the reason why I brought this out is because that 91 day, that 91st day is significant into where we're going. Go ahead and read.
Enoch chapter 82 and verse 5. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year.
You're not using them, you're at fault.
Con.
You're not on point. You might think you're on point, but you off point. And you're celebrating a so-called righteous day, which is a righteous day, but you're celebrating on a day of wickedness. And how righteous is it if you missed it already? The Most High not hearing you. Yeah, you keeping the Passover, but it's in the dead of winter.
Con.
How is that pleasing in the sight of the Most High? The Most High looking at you saying, look at this fool here.
Yeah.
The dead winter keeping the feast of unleavened bread, not in due season. So let's read on.
And can I add, priest?
Go right ahead.
This same account is stated in the book of Jubilees, chapter 6.
Yeah, we're going to go there.
Oh, we are? Okay.
Yeah.
Salakia.
No, that's good.
Continuing in verse 5. Yea, men shall be at fault and not recognize them accurately. For they belong to the reckoning of the year and are truly recorded thereon forever. One in the first portal and one in the third, and one in the fourth and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364
and
days.
And they're recorded forever. Nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is man. Man has changed things. But the things that move in the heavens, those angels that move these tools are on point. And if not, we've already read, and I think angels and demons, what happens to those angels who are not on point? They go straight to duty L. But let's read on.
Verse 7. And the account thereof is accurate, and recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and the festivals and the years and the days has Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Most High of the whole creation of the world has subjected the host of heaven.
So you see these things, months, festivals, and years, you need to understand the operations of the heavens. Again, I'm going to plug in the Calendrical Study Guide. You need to get it. You need to study it. You need to learn it, and then you need to follow it. But not only that, you might as well come and join the House of Wisdom, because what else are you missing if you don't have that? So come sit with us, learn, eat, and grow, that this curse can be pulled off of you. The 11th verse.
Therefore, leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders.
You see that? So these leaders, right, because they're angels that move these things and are operating in these things, they enter first. So this is why you have the vernal equinox. They come in. And when they come in, this is like, okay, this is the beginning of the year. And then the sun comes in, and he goes 30 days, and then he goes the next month 30 days, and then he goes another 30 days, but then here come the leaders to show you that we're going into another group of 91. So go ahead. Call the verse. 11.
Enoch chapter 82 verse 11.
Khan.
And after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days, there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days, there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over 1,000 are intercalated.
Jump to the 15th verse.
Verse 15.
It's going to start naming some of the angels that are here, but let's go to 15.
In the beginning of the year, Melchizedek rises first and rules, whose name is Tamani, or Tamani. And the sun and all the days of his dominion will he bear rule are 91 days.
So he comes in first. He leads the charge. The sun comes in, and they come in for 91 days. Jump to the 18th verse.
The next leader after him is Amalek, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days.
Go ahead, 19.
And these are the signs of his days on the earth, glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields and the winepress, these things take place in the days of his dominion.
So we got the first season that comes in, the 3 months, 30, 30, 91. That's 3 months. And then we got another 30, 30, 31 that comes in, another 91 days. So 91 days, which is 3 months, another 91 days, which is 3 months, and that full season, the summer season, is complete. And then we go into the winter seasons. Let's go to Uriah, the Enoch 72 and 14.
On that day, the day becomes longer than the night.
Jump to 15.
And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal and riseth from it and sets 30 mornings.
So this is the beginning of the winter season, which begins in the 7th month. And we've explained that many a times, that the 7th month is the beginning of a new ecclesiastical year. You know, this is why you got the Penguins talking about Happy New Year in the 7th month. And you're like, what? They crazy. They don't know what they talking about. They know what they talking about. Yeah. They just ain't telling you nothing. They're keeping you in a position where you stay in these abominations like Hanukkah, like the Feast of Dedications, Kwanzaa, and Christmas. They keep you there so that you can be desolate. So when you come into this knowledge and understanding, you think these guys don't know. They know better than you. They're not going to teach you.
Yeah.
And they know who they worship. They'll tell you they worship the devil, Baal. They don't worship Abba Yahweh. So they're giving you this, oh, well, you know, they finding out that they're Jews. Well, let's go quickly and give them some of the things because they already think we're the authority. So let's give them Hanukkah. Let's give them the Feast of Dedications. Let's give them Christmas even. And then they also gave you Kwanzaa. Now, you say it was created by, you know, a black woman or whatever. You know, it's all hogwash. They gave it to you. And they gave you more than you think that they gave you. Just when you think it was created by someone of color, it was created by them who gave it to someone of color, and they gave it to you. You got to do your research. You got to dig deep. All this information, I'm going to tell you, it's not coming from them. It's coming from the Holy Spirit by way of the Heavenly Father that has given this information. The 15th verse.
Verse 15.
What was I? The 17th verse?
We just did 15.
Okay, we got 30 mornings. Go ahead.
And when 30 mornings are accomplished.
Go to 17.
Okay, oh, yeah. And the sun goes forth from that sixth portal in the west and goes to the east and rises in the fifth portal for 30 mornings.
So they got another 30 mornings. So you got the 7th month, 30 mornings. The 8th month, 30 mornings. Now we're going into the 9th month, which we're in. We're in that 9th month. So let's go to 19, the 9th month.
And the sun goes forth from the fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal of the west and rises in the fourth portal, 1 in 30 mornings.
1 in 30 mornings. So that 30, 31, which is another 91 days. Guess when that summer solstice is? Oh, it's next week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's next week, and it's the sign to come to the feast.
Yeah.
What feast is that? The Feast of Weeks. Now, you might say, where's that in the scriptures? We get into it. You have to understand this first to understand where we're going. So, from there, jump to 32.
On that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364.
Now look at what it's saying here. And all that night decreases the amount to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, 9 parts to 9 parts. The night is equal to the day. That is a equinox. This is going back when you read what's going on in the luminaries. It's long and it's drawn out, but it's crystal clear that you don't make any mistakes. He starts from the beginning of the year and goes full cycle, and it goes back to the vernal equinox. 30, 30, 91, 30, 30, 91, and it continues 2 more cycles until the complete 364 days. 37.
As he rises.
As who rises?
As he rises.
The sun.
The
The sun. Think about that. And I'm going somewhere with this. Go ahead.
So he sets and decreases not and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is sevenfold, brighter than that of the moon.
So the sun is brighter than the moon. Go ahead.
But as regards size, they are both equal.
So they're both equal. They're both equal in size. I know they taught you that the sun and the sun was bigger and the moon is just still a small little rock that came from some kind of planet. They lie. They always lie.
God.
You can't trust nothing that they say. They're liars. And we call them cootie. The cootie, the ones with the little hats that got the beaks and they look like penguins. They lie. They always lie. So now we're going into the moon. Why are we going into the moon? Because we have Hebrew Israelites that are following the other nations that follow their feasts by the moon. You will be absolutely wrong. We're going to show you why you're absolutely wrong based upon the knowledge and the wisdom that was given to Enoch by the Heavenly Father, who has given it to us. Enoch, Kahan Rashim, Enoch 73.
Enoch chapter 73 and verse 1. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon.
The moon. Go ahead.
And her circumference is like the circumference
And
of
who?
the heaven.
And what?
And her.
And her. It is a weaker. It is a more feminine vibe, a weaker vibe. It's not like the sun. And he calls it a her. I'm going somewhere with this. Pay attention and bear with me. Her circumference is like, go ahead.
And her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month. And her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, that is full, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun. And thus she rises, and her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning. And on the day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day together with the sun.
So she's moving together with the sun. Watch what happens. She's moving together with the sun. Go ahead.
Together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. Verse 7. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him.
Right. Look at that. Go ahead.
And receives the half of 1 part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day.
From there, just go to Enoch 74 and go ahead and start at the first verse. Also dealing with the moon.
Enoch chapter 74 and verse 1. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel, who is the leader of them all, showed to me and their positions, and I wrote down their positions, and he showed them to me.
So Uriel is showing Enoch all of these wonderful things. The 4th verse.
And in certain months, she alters her settings.
So what does she do in certain months?
She alters her settings.
Just like the woman, boy. She always changing up on you. One way she's this way, the next way she's that. The woman bases her decisions a lot of times on her emotions. So one day she can be happy about something, the next day she can be upset about it. So this is why women are not set to lead, because they're always leading with their emotions. So she changes her settings. Go ahead and does what?
And in certain months, she pursues her own peculiar course.
Her own peculiar course. Go ahead.
And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th and turns back. And again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days.
In 8 days. So I saw something. Don't quote me on it. It's just something I'm just going to throw out there. It's interesting that you got the moon, that's a her, and she goes back from her course 7 days. And in the 8th day, she's clean.
Interesting.
That's interesting. I'm not saying it's anything, but it's interesting how it's compared to the woman. So are we to follow the men or do we follow the woman? You don't follow the woman. The man is set to lead, and the women, they follow the man. So why are you following the moon? I'm just throwing it out there. The 11th verse.
And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days. And the moon falls behind the sun and the stars to the number of 30 days.
This is why you don't follow the moon. She sets her own course, and she does pretty much, of course, it's set up that way, right? The Most High used her or used the moon to move in this course. The moon is used for agriculture. Nothing else. It's for agriculture. That's why you have the harvest moon, the strawberry moon, and all these other moons. It's a tool for harvest. Remember we said it was a tool? It is a tool for harvest. So if you follow the moon, she goes off course. By the period of 5 years, she's behind 30 days. So think about what happened in 5 years. Instead of you keeping Passover in March, April, like you're supposed to, you'll be in February. You go another 5 years, you'll be in January. You go another 5 years, you'll be in December keeping the Passover. You cannot follow the moon. Okay, so now let's go to Kahan Rashim, one more chapter. Enoch 78 and the 15th verse.
And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each.
Go ahead.
In which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days.
Go ahead.
And in the time of her going out, she appears for 3 months of 30 days each.
So in 3 months, she appears 30 days. Go ahead.
And for 3 months, she appears 29 days.
So she goes 30 for 3 months, and then she just does 29. So this is how she falls behind, because the sun does 30, 30, 30 every month, and then the intercalary comes in. And then the sun is more fixed and more stable. And the sun goes 30, 30, 30 every month, and then the intercalary days come in. So go ahead. The 9th verse.
And in certain months, the month has 29 days.
Go ahead.
And once 28.
And once 28. So 3 months is 30 days. Another 3 months is 29 days. And once in the year, a full calendrical year, she might come 28 days. So how can you follow the moon? You will never come to the feast on time. So the moon cycle every year is 10 days behind. Kahan Uriah, give me Enoch 79 in the 4th verse.
And the waning, which takes place in the first portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned to weeks, 25 weeks.
So we have here, it says, and in the waning, talking about the moon, it takes place in the first portal, right? In its season, till 170 days are accomplished. This is the moon, reckoning according to the weeks, 25 weeks, right? So there's 52 weeks in a year. 25 would be pretty much half of that. So it's telling you that a season is 6 months, 25 weeks. Think about that. You wanted proof that there's 2 seasons? One season is 25 weeks. The sun is different. We're going to go over that as well. But it's 25 weeks equals 6 months. And then it says, go ahead and finish. Read that again and then finish up.
And the waning, which takes place in the first portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks. She falls behind the sun, and the order of the stars is exactly 5 days in the course of one period.
The fourth verse?
Verse 5?
79 4.
Yeah, I just read that.
Well, I want you to read it again.
Okay. And the waning, which takes place in the first portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks. 25 days, 25 weeks and 2 days.
25 weeks and 2 days. So that would go into 175 plus 2 is 177, which is 6 months in the season for the moon. So a full cycle of this moon, when you add both of them together, 177 and 177, is 354 days in a year. The moon is 10 days behind. What is the full cycle that we're supposed to be going after? 364. Her full cycle in the year, in the calendrical year, is 354. You do not, and I express it, you do not follow the moon. If you're looking at new moons and you following new moons, Kuti got you. And you'll never come to the feast on time, and you will continue to be desolate because of your abominations. So, let's read on.
She falls behind the sun and the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period, and when this place which thou seest has been traversed.
So she falls behind the sun in each season, every 6 months, 5 days, giving you 10 days a year, she falls behind. So now, this is going to prompt me to go into the seasons. We spoke about the seasons, and it's showing the seasons being 6 months, being 25 weeks. We got 2 seasons in our Hebrew culture. So let's go, Kahan Rashim, and let's deal with the 2 seasons. It's all going to make sense when we bring it all together. Jubilees, 6. And let's start at the 4th verse.
And the Most High smelt the goodly savor, and he made a covenant with him that there should not be any more flood to destroy the earth.
It's talking about Noah. Go ahead. Because the flood that destroyed the earth was during the time of Noah. Go ahead.
That all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest, should never cease, cold and heat, and summer and winter.
Where is the spring and the fall? There's only 2 seasons, cold and heat, summer and winter. Go ahead.
And day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever.
Let's jump to the 30th verse.
And all the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks of days, and they will make the entire year complete.
This is Noah. Noah was of that family of Enoch. They was together as the watchers on the top of the mount. You have to read the book of Enoch and also the 1st and 2nd book of Adam and Eve in order to understand this. And now we're in Jubilees, and it's corroborating these other stories. So we have 52 weeks as a full, complete year, 364 days. Go ahead.
Continuing in verse 30. Thus it is engraven and ordained on the heavenly tablets.
It is engraved and ordained where? On the heavenly tablets in heaven. The sun, the moon, and the stars, you cannot change it. This is why we follow it. You guys don't follow it. This is why you're always off on your days, your feast days. And that's going to get you in a lot of trouble. Read.
Jubilees chapter 6 and verse 31. And there is no neglecting this commandment.
There is no neglecting. If you're not celebrating or following the sun and the heavenly things that are ordained or written on the heavenly tablets, then you're neglecting them. And you're neglecting them is going to cause Abba to neglect you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For a single year or from year to year.
You are not to neglect it. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days.
Not the 365, because that's what you're doing.
Con.
You're taking man's calendars. It's 365 days a year, and you're following the moon. Because every month you're looking at the moon, talking about, yeah, the new moon. Let's get ready for the feast. And you're not doing it according to what our forefathers had trained us. Go ahead.
And these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its day and
they
from its
will
feast.
not disturb its time if you follow them correctly. And that's important. It will not disturb it. You will always come to the feast on time. Our forefather Noah is telling us this. But yet, you rather follow Kuti. You rather follow the penguins. And I say, if you continue to follow them, you're going to find yourself in a bad situation. Go ahead.
And these will constitute a complete year. and they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts.
See that?
For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from the order. And they will disturb the season, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Israel will forget, and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new months and the seasons and the Sabbaths, and they will not go wrong, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years.
This is what's going on with our Hebrew brothers. And I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm not trying to throw salt. I'm trying to educate you so that those blessings can come and that we can move forward in this new covenant of David's, this seventh covenant, the Davidical covenant. You guys still riding around in that old covenant, Moses covenant, which Paul said in his time, it was waxing old and ready to disappear. And yet you guys are still holding on to that. You got to come out of that. You have to. You have to. And this, what's going on here is a warning, but it is a witness to you and to the nations. Because the nations, you're not exempt either. You must come out of that foolishness and come into this. If not, there's nothing good coming for you. And it's not what I'm saying. It's what the Heavenly Father has said. What did you read? What was it in was it Ezekiel? And
it will come.
Oh, it will come. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
It will come. And it's not because of what we are saying. It is because of what the Heavenly Father has said. And we already know that his word shall not come back unto him void. Read on. Call the verse and let's read on.
Jubilees chapter 6 and verse 36. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon.
That's you guys. And not only you got the other nations that are making observations of the moon. Which is the new moon? Is it a slither? Is it just pure darkness? Is it this? Is it that? Everybody has their different opinions on when the new moon is coming forth, and you shouldn't even be making observations of the moon. But yet, we're like a very lovely song. Yeah, that's deep, Ak. Yeah, that's deep, brother. Mm-hmm. And then you go back and you still keep your feast according to the moon. That's retarded. That is mental illness. Mental illness is alive and well, and most of us are suffering from it. And I'm going to tell you, I was suffering from that same mental illness. And I thank Abba that I'm out of that. So we do not make observations of the moon. And what is our forefather telling us? There are some that will assuredly, they will make observations of the moon. Go ahead.
Continuing in verse 36. How it disturbs the seasons.
See that? It disturbs the seasons when you follow the moon. Go ahead.
And comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon.
He's reflecting the same thing that he learned from his forefathers, his family member, Enoch. Mm-hmm. It comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon. You cannot follow her.
Yeah.
It is for agricultural purposes only. Yep. Read on.
Verse 37, for this reason the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony.
Yeah, so you make it an abominable day, the day of Satan himself, talking about I'm keeping the Passover on the day of Satan. This is why it's important. This is why those heavenly tablets, those order, that time clock does not change. Mm-hmm. Because when it hits, to give you an example, 12 o'clock on the dot, that means the angels are now coming in for the feast. And because we're following things the way we're supposed to, guess what we're doing? On earth as it is in heaven. Yeah. At the same time that it is in heaven, while you, because you're making observation of the moon, what are you doing? Keeping those feasts the same day that the devil, that the Bible speaks of, are keeping it. Let's read. Call the verse.
Jubilees chapter 6, continuing in verse 37.
Go ahead.
And an unclean day, a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy.
All because you want to follow the moon. Right. Go ahead.
For they will go wrong as to the months and the Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees.
You will. You will go wrong. You are going wrong. Go ahead.
Verse 38. For this reason I command and testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them. For after thy death thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make their year 364 days only. And for this reason they will go wrong as to the new months and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh.
So you're going wrong because you are not making your year 364 days only. You're making it 365, and then you're adding months, and you're taking away months. You're doing leap years. You're doing hop years. You're doing all this other madness that Enoch never taught us.
Con.
So,
And
on
can
the
I-
mark,
Oh,
go
sorry.
right ahead. Go right ahead.
And, you know, like he says here, you making an abominable day a day of testimony. That's what Xmas is. You making it a day of testimony when it's not.
Right. So now let's get to the crux of this thing here, so you can know when to keep the feast. So let's go back to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, and let's start at the 15th verse, Khan Uriah.
And ye shall come unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave
We're
offering.
talking about the Feast of Weeks, the 7 weeks, counting the 7 Shabbats. Go ahead.
7 Sabbaths shall be complete.
So 7 Sabbaths shall be complete, 7 weeks. Go ahead.
Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall you number 50 days. And ye shall offer a new meat offering unto the Most High.
So we're talking about the Feast of Weeks, the Feast of Pentecost. Some say the Feast of First Fruits. So let's begin to understand what's going on. When do you start the feast? Is it after the Passover? Is it after the Feast of Unleavened Bread? When is it? Because we see throughout the Hebrew community, even among Cuddy, the Kuthians, they're not keeping it right either. So let's see what the scriptures say we should start the feast. Deuteronomy 16, and let's start at the 9th verse.
7 weeks shall thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn.
When have you ever heard that before? You start when you put the sickle to the corn. So when do you put the sickles to the corn? After Passover? Late March? Early April? Absolutely not. That's when you begin to plant the corn.
Con.
Now, when you do your research, and we have brought it out many times before here at the House of Wisdom, it takes 90 to 100 days for corn to mature. So if you're beginning the planting in the planting season in March, April, that means you're not putting the sickle to anything. You're actually putting the seed to something in the ground. You're putting the seed to the ground. You're not using the sickle yet. It ain't time to use a sickle. If you're using the sickle, it might be just to dig a hole in the ground and put the corn in. So already you're off.
Right.
And we're seeing here, based upon our forefathers, it begins when you put the sickle to the corn. So it takes, what? 90 to 100 days. I remember that we went over something not too long ago. 30, 31.
Yeah.
Right.
90 days. And the beginning of that was in March, right? So in 90 days, in 91 days, something takes place, right? That's when you begin to put the sickle to the corn. Now, we have more to bring out so we can bring this thing together. So let's go to Deuteronomy. Let's jump to the 10th verse, Khan Uriah.
And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto the Most High thy Abba.
After you put the sickle to the corn, you begin your count of 7 weeks. And you shall keep the feast of weeks unto the Most High. Go ahead.
With a tribute of a freewill offering of thine hand, which thou shalt give unto the Most High thy Abba, according to the Most High thy Abba hath blessed thee.
That right. And I bring that out because, you know, you got some people that think that, you know, you can, why we ain't coming to the feast for free? Why we got to pay to come to the feast?
That's right there.
Because
Exposing
the
it.
Most High said, you better not bring your behind here empty-handed.
Yeah.
You better bring something. Even if it's a loaf of bread, you better bring something. Because
Yeah.
we know that everybody's finances are different. So you bring something. Bring something so that the Most High can give you those blessings. Now, let's go to Kahan Rashim, the first book of Adam and Eve. These are books that you guys refuse to read, but all the answers are here. Amazing what the Heavenly Father has done for us. First book of Adam and Eve, chapter 68, and let's start at the 9th verse.
And Abba Yahweh admonished Satan with a curse, not to come again and destroy the field of
So
corn.
he told them don't destroy the corn. So here we go, right? Again, we're doing what we always do, right? Here at the House of Wisdom. We're going to the beginning of the movie,
Yeah.
right? To show you what our forefathers did so that you can understand what's going here after the time of Christ. Because it's like when you guys get to Christ, it's like you guys become like, what is that again? The war of ignorance?
Yeah, war of ignorance,
What's the other word that I'm looking for? Forgetfulness.
Oblivion.
Oblivion, yeah.
Yeah.
Oblivion hits you, and you forget everything that our forefathers taught us.
Yeah.
Right? So we got the corn here. So the reason why the Most High, and we just bring you up to the story, they were growing corn, right? And think about it. You start the feast when you put the sickle to the corn, right? This is going to be important. This is amazing in itself. So Satan, Hasatan, came and he destroyed the corn, right? So that they could not worship and service the Most High, giving him his peace and thanksgiving offerings. So this is where we are. So the Most High admonished Hasatan with a curse, right? Not to come again and destroy the field of corn. Do not destroy this corn, because they needed to give oblations unto me. And guess what? Hasatan is not a rogue angel where he does not listen. The Most High can stomp him out immediately, and there's no more Hasatan. So ultimately, he's taking orders from the Most High, and the Most High said, don't come over here with that madness again. So, the 10th verse.
Then Adam and Eve took of the corn.
Okay, well, let's see what they did with this corn.
And made of it an offering, and took it and offered it up on the mountain, the place where they had offered up their first offering of blood.
So they continually gave up offerings, but they take in this corn. You start the feast when you put the sickle to the corn. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And they offered this offering again on the altar they had built at the first. And they stood up and prayed and besought the Most High, saying, Thus, O Abba, when we were in the garden.
When they were in paradise, when they were in the garden, what did they do?
Our praises went up to you like this offering.
Showing you what? That when they were in the heavenly state, before they fell, they were giving offerings in the spiritual realm. Showing you that they've been sacrificing unto the Most High before they came here on earth. So for those of you that are here on earth saying that sacrifices is done away with, again, Kuti got you. They got you. And you got to come out of that, because it's not going to go well with you. Let's go to the 12th verse.
Then Abba Yahweh said to Adam and Eve, Since you have made this offering.
He loves the offerings. Go ahead.
And have offered it to me, I shall make it my flesh when I come down to earth to save you.
So let's jump to the 16th verse.
And Abba said to Adam, This shall be to you a custom.
What is the custom? That you go and you put the sickle to the corn and you offer me the grain offerings unto me. But it's going to get a little bit heavier. Go ahead.
To do so when affliction and sorrow come over you. But your deliverance and your entrance into the garden shall not be until the days are fulfilled, as agreed between you and me.
So even though you've given up these offerings, you got to continue them, but you can't come back into the garden until everything has been completed. Go ahead.
Were it not so, I would of my mercy and pity for you bring you back to my garden and to my favor for the sake of the offering you have just made.
So he loved them so much. He loved the offering so much that because of what he said and what he had decreed, he could not break his word. But he said, if it wasn't for what I said, I would have brought you in, because I just love the way you give me those offerings. I just love it. 18th verse.
And this took place
When did this take place? This took place when? Listen up carefully. When they gave the offerings to the Most High, and he said he loved these offerings, it took place when?
At the end of the 12th day, after the 80th day, from the time Adam and Eve came out of the garden.
So when they came out of the garden, they came out during the time of the vernal equinox. Now, you can argue that if you want to, but you will lose every time. So it came after the 12th day. It came at the end of the 12th day after the 80th day. What is 80 plus 12? 90, 92. Now, why is that significant? Because you have the vernal equinox, you have 91 days. Then you have the equinox that come up, which is the summer solstice. And then the very next day is the first day of the month. And that's when you began, the day after the Shabbat. That 92nd day is when the feast of weeks begin. So from the time of the vernal equinox until the 92nd day is when the feast begins. And the only way you can know when that 92nd day is here, it's upon us, is you have to understand when the vernal equinox is. So let's read on. Jump to 25.
But verse 25. But Adam continued to offer this offering thus every week, 3 times until the end of 7 weeks.
What is that feast? That's the Feast of Weeks. He did this 3 times a week, every week for 7 weeks. This is the Feast of Weeks. There's no other feast that we were commanded to keep that is for 7 weeks. Go ahead.
And on the first day,
the Most High said the first day of the Feast of Weeks is a Shabbat, a holy convocation. Go ahead.
Which is the 50th, Adam made an offering as he was accustomed.
And the 50th day, which is also a holy gathering, another Shabbat. Adam made an offering as he was accustomed. He was used to doing this. He's always done this, and he's done it while he was in the heavens. This is what you don't understand. This custom was being done before he fell. Right. Go ahead.
And he and Eve took it and came to the altar before Abba as he had taught them. And that was it on that.
Okay, so now let's go back to Exodus because we're going to show you something. Again, it's all going along what we've been talking about for the last 10 years or more here at the House of Wisdom. So now let's go to Kahan Uriah, get me Exodus 23, and then Kahan Rashim, you give me Deuteronomy 16 and 16. And let's go ahead and read.
3 times shalt thou keep a feast unto me in the year.
Pay close attention, right? He's telling you 3 times thou shalt make a feast unto me in a year. Now, we've already gave you the etymology of the word year. Look it up. It is a cycle. It can be 6 months. It can be a full year. It can be 24 hours. It can be 1 week. It is a cycle of a period of time. Mm-hmm. So he says 3 times in a cycle in a year, thou shalt keep these particular feasts is going to name unto me. Go ahead.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
Unleavened bread, we know that falls in the springtime, right? It's going to confirm that. So we got the feast of unleavened bread in the spring. That's the summer season. Go ahead.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruit of thy labors.
Read 15 again.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month. For in it thou camest out from Egypt.
You missed something.
In the time appointed of the month of Bib.
Month of Bib. We know that month of Bib was the first month of the year. And it's showing you what? That is in the summer season when thou came out of Egypt. Go ahead.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty.
And none shall appear before the Heavenly Father empty. You got to bring something. So let's go to the 23rd verse. I meant the 16th verse.
And the feast of harvest.
The feast of harvest. So we got the feast of unleavened bread. We got the feast of harvest, the first fruits. Go ahead. That's the beginning of the feast of weeks. Go ahead.
The first fruit of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering.
And the feast of ingathering at the end, the 50th day. So that's the 3 times in the summer season that we are to come. How do we know it's the summer season? Abib is in the first month, right? So let's go to Deuteronomy 16 and 16.
3 times in a year.
It says the same thing, right? 3 times in a year, 3 times in a cycle. Go ahead.
shall all thy males appear before the Most High Abba Yahweh
Same thing that is speaking in Exodus, the 23rd chapter.
in the place which ye shall choose,
Go ahead.
in the feast of unleavened bread,
Stop right there. I bet you thought you got us, right? I got something for you. It says the feast of unleavened bread. Go ahead.
and in the feast of weeks,
In the feast of weeks
and in the feast of tabernacles,
and in the feast of tabernacles. So these are the 3 times a year. The feast of tabernacles is when? In the 7th month. So that's the winter season. Now you may be confused because it says the feast of unleavened breads. I got something for you. So we see here, this is talking about the 7th month. The feast of tabernacles is during the 7th month, right? Let's go to Ezekiel, Kahan Rosh, Uriah. Ezekiel 45, and let's start at 17.
And it should be the prince's part to give burnt offerings and meat offerings and drink offerings in the feasts and in the new months and in the Sabbaths and all solemnities of the house of Israel.
So the priest or the prince here is not the king or the son of a king, but it's actually talking about the priest. When you see the word prince, which we saw also in Daniel's that Kahan Uriah brought out, Michael the prince, is showing you he's a priest also. He's in the priest in the heavens. So it is the priest's job to give those offerings during the feast and during the new months and the Sabbaths and the and all the solemnities of the house of Israel. Go to 18.
Thus saith the Most High, in the first month, in the first day of the month, thou shalt take a young bullock without blemish and cleanse the sanctuary.
So we talking about what? The first month and the first day of the month is talking about the month of Abib in the summer season, getting ready for the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, but also the Day of Atonement on the summer side, which we brought out time and time again. Yeah. We also brought out the butterfly effect. What is going on in the winter or in the summer is mimicked in the winter. Go ahead.
Verse 19, and the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering and put it upon the posts of the house and upon the 4 corners of the set of the altar and upon the posts of the gate of the inner court.
So it's talking about the rituals and the rites that the priest performed during this first month, during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. All right, so let's jump to 25.
And the 7th
now
month.
We're talking about the 7th month, right? Go ahead.
In the 15th day of the month.
What day is that? It's the Feast of Tabernacles, right? Now, what are we to do in the Feast of Tabernacles that most Hebrews are not doing? What are they supposed to do?
Shall he do the like in the Feast of the 7 days?
You're supposed to do the same exact thing that you do in the Feast of 7 days. What is the Feast of 7 days? The Feast of Unleavened Bread, and we started talking about that in the 17th verse.
Yeah.
Finish reading that.
According to the sin offering, according to the burnt offering, and according to the meat offering, and according to the oil.
So this here is proof positive that we are to keep the same thing that we're keeping on the summer side. We are to keep it on the winter side. Proving what? That we have a winter feast of weeks also that most of us are not keeping. We have 2 seasons. And we saw where in Exodus, we kept it during the summer season. And then we saw in Deuteronomy 16 and 16, where you keep it during the Feast of Tabernacles. The butterfly effect. First month, right? 14th day of the month at evening begins the Passover. 7th month, 15th day of the month is the beginning of the Feast of Tabernacles. And that goes 7 days, right? And then after that, you have... I missed the Day of Atonement. We got the first day in the summer season, first day, the 10th day of the month, and then the 7th month, the 10th day of the month. And then also we have the Feast of Weeks. We have the Feast of Weeks that come in the 4th month, the first day of that month, and it goes to, the 5th month? And then we have in the Feast of the Winter Feast, it comes in the 10th month, the 9th month, or the 10th month, the beginning of the 10th month, and goes to the 11th month. So he has that butterfly effect. So we're going to pull a document up here from out of Philo the Judean, Kahan Rashim, to further back up that our forefathers, even during the time of Philo the Judean, keeping records of what we did during that time is also going to show you that we kept the feast of weeks, but they didn't really know what it was. They were beginning to lose their culture at that time, because during that time, after the Greeks and after the Romans, these particular feasts began to fade away. So let's see what we can learn or glean from Philo the Judean in the Special Laws 2, chapter 34, starting at verse 215.
There is, beside all these, another festival, sacred to God, and a solemn assembly on the day of the festival, which they call Castilus.
So we did a show that went into it in more details called the Winter Feast of Castilus. Check that class out. You can get more details of what this is. So what does Castilus interpret as?
A basket with a pointed bottom.
So we're talking about a harvest feast. A basket where you keep fruits and vegetables in. Go ahead.
Like a cornucopia.
Right.
Images you see.
And you see the images of that. What does it have in there? Fruits and vegetables.
Yeah.
And it's during the winter. He's gonna tell you that. Go ahead.
From the event that takes place in it, as we shall show presently, now that this festival is not in the same rank nor the same importance with the other festivals.
So he says that because at this particular time, this festival began to wane and disappear by way of the other nations, the Gentiles. So he knows that it's going on, but he doesn't see the importance. But then he's going to come back and say something else that shows you that he sees it. He doesn't really understand it because he's confused in his dialogue that he's writing here. Let's read it.
Is plain for many considerations. For, first of all, it is not one to be observed by the whole population of the nation as each of the others is.
Go ahead.
Secondly, none of the things that are brought or offered are laid upon the altar as holy or committed to the unextinguishable and holy
So
fire.
he says it's not laid upon the altar, but we're going to see something that we know it was laid upon the altar, because he's going to make a comment, but it goes to show you that he didn't really understand the priesthood that well enough to understand what was going on.
Right.
But let's read.
Thirdly, the very number of days which are to be observed in the festival are not expressly stated. Follow the book of Judean, chapter 34 or 35 and verse 216. Nevertheless, anyone may easily see that it has about in some of the characteristics of a sacred festival.
Right. So he's saying, nevertheless, anyone can easily see that it has about it some of the same characteristics of a sacred festival. This festival mimics something that is very dear to us in our culture. It's kind of weird though, but it's mimicking it, and it's mimicking it for the reasons that we brought about the butterfly effect. There's a season, and there's feast that goes on in the summer season, and then it's mimicked in the winter season. But let's read on.
And that it comes very near to having the privileges of a solemn assembly.
See that? A high holy day, a solemn assembly. Go ahead.
For every one of those men who had lands and possessions, having filled vessels with every different species of fruit.
So what are they doing? That had land and had possessions, they were gathering their fruits, and they were putting it in the castile or the cornucopia. Go ahead.
With every different species of fruit borne by fruit-bearing trees, which vessels, as I have said before, are called castili.
See, those vessels were called castili. They were gathering their fruit. They were bringing in their fruit and putting it into these baskets that they call castili. Let's see what they did with this fruit that was in the castili. Go ahead.
Brings with great joy the first fruits of
They bring
his...
in what? The first fruits. Why would Israel be doing that unless there was a feast called first fruits? We read that. We just read it in Deuteronomy 16:16. Go ahead.
Brings with great joy the first fruits of his abundant crop into the temple.
Where did they bring it?
To temple.
They brought it into the temple. Why would they be bringing it into the temple? He's observing what's going on, but he really doesn't know what's going on. And it's similar, and it doesn't seem like to be a holy convocation, but it mimics the Feast of Weeks to a point where I really don't understand what's going on. They begin to lose their culture because of what the nations did. Go ahead.
Standing in the front of the altar gives the basket to the priest.
Now what is it? What are the priest going to do standing in front of the altar? Maybe he's just going to eat it, for lunch, lunch break when they're doing all of these sacrifices. No, he's putting it on the altar. And he had made a comment earlier that, that this thing wasn't put on the altar, but now he's saying he's giving it to the priest who's standing in front of the altar. What else is he doing in front of the altar? Just looking at it? Mm-hmm. No, he's giving an offering unto the Most High on the altar. Let's go ahead and finish reading that.
Uttering the same time the very beautiful and admirable hymn prescribed for the occasion. And if he does not happen to remember it, he listens to it with all the attention while the priest recites it.
So now when he gives it to the priest, he's uttering this hymn that is very familiar, right? And if he doesn't happen to remember it, he listens with all attention while the priest recites this hymn. And the hymn is as follows. Let's read what the hymn says. You can give me Deuteronomy 26:5. But just go ahead and read that. The leaders.
The leaders of our nation renounced Syria and migrated to Egypt. Being but few in number, they increased till they became a populous nation. Their descendants being oppressed in innumerable ways by the natives of the land, when no assistance did any longer appear to be expected from men, became the supplicants of Abba Yahweh, having fled for refuge to entreat his assistance.
So we got these priests reciting this hymn. Let's go to Deuteronomy 26:5 and see what's going on with Moses during this particular feast.
And thou shalt speak and say before the Most High, a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us and afflicted us.
So not to belabor the point, they're singing the same hymn that Moses sang during the Feast of Weeks. This is the connection where this winter feast that Philo is explaining is the Feast of Weeks on the winter side.
Power.
You can't get around that. Mm-hmm. So how did this happen that we forgot what was going on here? Mm-hmm. How did we get duped? What happened? Well, it was prophesied that this would happen. And we're going to go into Revelations, the 12th chapter, Uriah, and then you can give me Daniel's, the 8th chapter, Rashim, as we get ready to bring this thing to a close. So Revelations, this is how we forgot. This is the prophecy of what's happening to Philo the Judean and the children of Israel at that time. And then when you bring it up today, you don't have any clue about, the winter feast that's going on here in the scriptures that is being made known today by us at the House of Wisdom. So Revelations 12:1-4.
And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
So we have the great appearance of a great wonder in heaven, the woman. We went to another class, and we won't go there for the sake of time, in the book of Ezra, where that woman is is Israel. Mm-hmm. And she was clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, meaning that they gave the oblations month to month, right? And year to year.
Yeah.
So they gave the oblations continually with the sun and the moon under her feet. Go ahead.
And upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
Go ahead.
Verse 2. And she being with child cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered.
Right, and this birth was dealing with the sacrifices, because Ezra shows you that there was many years that this woman was bearing, and he connects that with the children of Israel going many years without a sacrifice.
Yeah.
After the temple was destroyed. So she, being with child, travailed in birth and pain to be delivered. Go ahead, meaning giving the oblations, giving the sacrifice. Go ahead.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads.
Right, going into the European Commonwealth, the 10 proctorate states, which is a whole nother class.
Yeah.
All of those that had us in captivity, the Dutch, the French, the Spanish, you name all of them, the Italians, all of them had us in captivity. So it's talking about those that are coming out of the rulership of Rome. Go ahead.
And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven.
Right. The 3rd part of the stars of heaven is dealing with the high holy days.
4 months.
Or the months. Right? So the 3rd part, 3 parts of that, what is a 3rd of 12? It's 4. Some will say it's 2.5. Their math is incorrect, grossly incorrect. So it's not 2.5 anything. It's dealing with the 4 months that they have taken from us. And they cast it to the ground and stomped it out. So when you think about it, from the 1st month all the way to the 9th, to the 9th month, to the 7th month, 8th month, we got 4 months that are missing. We got the 12, 11, 10, and the 9th month where we don't do anything. And the Feast of Dedication and Hanukkah and Christmas don't count. They're not our feast.
Right.
So you got 4 of those months where we don't do anything, but yet there's a feast that is going on that is starting next week that goes throughout the whole month of December and ends in January.
Right.
That you don't even keep at all. So it drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven and did cast them to the earth. Go ahead.
And did cast them to the earth, and the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born.
Right, as soon as it was born, it was trying to get rid of these oblations. This is why when the temple was destroyed and the oblations and the sacrifice ceased, they began to now take away those feast days from us during the last part of the season, the last part of the year. So let's go to Daniel's, which kind of actually also backs that up.
Daniel chapter 8 and verse 10.
Go ahead.
And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground.
It's talking about Hasatan. And there it is right there. It cast some of those high holy days to the ground. How many months? 4 months. Cast them to the ground and did stamp upon them. They stomped them out to where now you don't know about a winter feast of weeks, which is important. If that is one of the days that the Most High said to come at the beginning of the Feast of Weeks and at the end of the Feast of Weeks, and you're not keeping it, you're still in trespass. And then you don't know nothing about trespass offerings because you're saying sacrifice is done away with. So how can you keep these things? And if you don't keep them, how can you give up a trespass offering? And if you don't give up a trespass offering, sin gets to rule over you. See the mess that you're in? The mess that we were all in? The Most High has graciously pulled us out. So we're in a big mess. Go ahead.
Verse 11. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away.
So the daily sacrifice was taken away as Uriah brought out in the beginning of this journey. The temple was destroyed, and those daily sacrifices came to an end, and they were devastated. And because of that, they fed them the abominations. What were the abominations? These fake high holy days. These pagan holidays they were fed that were an abomination, and that abomination caused them to be desolate. Why? Because they took away the temple and they took away the sacrifices. And when they took away the sacrifice, there was no way to appease the anger and the wrath of the Most High. There was no way to be cleaned up. We were in a lot of trouble. And some of us are still in a lot of trouble. Yeah. So it was taken away. Go ahead.
Verse 12. And a host was given him against the daily sacrifice.
And a host, when you look up that word host, is dealing with an army, was given unto him, Hasatan, these dark angels, against the daily sacrifices. They were against it. They were against it in the seventh covenant with Moses because they stopped. Time and time again, you see where they defiled the temple. They destroyed the temple. They burnt the temple. They did things that the Most High would not look upon us. So a host was given to them because they were against the daily sacrifices. They're also against the daily sacrifices in the seventh covenant. And he proved that. Uriah proved it when Yahushua was on the cross being that sacrifice. They tried to destroy that oblation. They tried to destroy that sacrifice by giving him poison. Vinegar with gall in it. That would have destroyed the sacrifice. It would have made it null and void. And then that seventh covenant would not be in operation, and we would still be that desolate people that was tripped up in all of these abominations. But because that sacrifice was not tainted, it allowed us to be able to come and give those sacrifices to be cleaned up where the Most High can begin to bless us. So a host was given to him against the daily sacrifices, not only then, but also in this time here. Go ahead.
By reason of transgression.
Right, the transgression that we committed against the Heavenly Father. So this is why that host was given unto him, because the Heavenly Father warned you that if you don't keep these commandments, them curses is coming upon you. And Satan is going to have you. He's going to rule over you. And you didn't. The last straw was Manasseh. And if you don't know the story of Manasseh, look in our plethora of archives, and you can find the story of Manasseh in details. But let us continue on.
And it cast down the truth to the ground.
And it cast down the truth to the ground. So the truth that it's talking about here is not, hey, I'm in the truth. The truth that it cast to the ground was the sacrifices. The sacrifices was the truth. The sacrifices was what kept the Most High in league and in covenant with us. This is what he loved. We showed you in the book of Adam and Eve that the Most High loved those sacrifices. So they cast those sacrifices to the ground and they stomped on it because they didn't want you receiving that. They know that if we don't keep these law, statutes, and commandments, we don't keep the sacrifices, the daily sacrifices, which also Kahan Uriah went into, give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses. The daily sacrifices, they cast that to the ground so that the Most High can always be at odds with us. Go ahead.
And it practiced
and it practiced and it prospered. That word practice is going into the witchcraft. And Uriah brought us into that with Balak and Balaam. This is the witchcraft that they practiced and they prospered. So they practiced that witchcraft. They got us to trespass against the Heavenly Father by bowing down to other idols, and the Most High sent them curses upon us. And this is what they're doing to this day. They are practicing this witchcraft on us, and they are prospering. Look at us. How many trillions are being spent by just African Americans alone? Over 1 point something trillion dollars. We're talking about the GDP of all of these nations together. Nations. We rank number 15 as a nation that is not a nation of people. So they're prospering, and they're prospering because you refuse to come back to the Heavenly Father. Deuteronomy 32. Let's start at 16 and go on down, and we can end it. Kahan Rashim, you can go ahead and bring us out with that.
They provoked him to jealousy with strange deities. With abominations provoke they him to anger.
This is what they did during the time of Moses, the children of Israel. They provoked the Most High to jealousy. Not jealousy. That word there is zealous. Where the Most High became, he was zealous for his people, and because they did the things that he did, he backed up from that. Because they bowed down to these strange idols. And you're doing the same thing. We showed you that all of these holidays come back from pagan roots of bowing down to false gods. But it goes in one ear and out the other. So the Most High, we provoked him to anger because we did those things then, And we're provoking him to anger now, getting ready for this Christmas holiday, getting ready for Hanukkah, keeping Kwanzaa, and all of these things that has nothing to do with the Most High. You're angering the Most High. Go ahead.
Verse 17. They sacrifice unto devils.
They sacrifice unto who?
Devils.
You sacrifice unto devils. Go ahead.
Not to Abba
And
Yahweh.
not to the Most High. Go ahead.
To deities whom they knew not. To new deities that came newly up.
These deities that you follow at Christmas, Thanksgiving, we showed you all the names, Saturnalia, the gods that were attached to them. These are newly. Our forefathers didn't keep these things. Show me a Christmas in the Bible where Christ celebrated Christmas, Mother's Day. You know you got to celebrate Mother's Day, my great apostles. It's not there. It's not there. Read on.
Whom your fathers feared not.
Yeah, we didn't fear these deities either.
Verse 18. Of the rock that begat thee, thou art unmindful.
The rock is dealing with the Heavenly Father that begot thee. You are unmindful. And we just got to keep Christmas. You know it's for the kids. But what about the kids? You know I got to celebrate, my mama. If it wasn't for my mama, I wouldn't be here. So you participate in all of this pagantry to upset the Most High. So you are unmindful of the Heavenly Father who created you. Go ahead.
And has forgotten the Most High that formed thee.
You've forgotten him. Because if you didn't forget him, you would be indulging in these feasts, and you would not be following after the moon to keep your feast. Go ahead.
Verse 19. And when the Most High Abba Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them.
So when he sees you keeping Christmas, when he sees you keeping Valentine's Day and these abominable holidays, he's upset with you. Just as he was with our forefathers. Go ahead.
Because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters.
You are his sons and his daughters, and you are provoking the Most High. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And he said, I will hide my face from them.
This is why the Most High is not present in your life. You may say that he is, but there's a lot of folks out there that says, if there is a God, why are we suffering so much? Because he has turned his face from you. You are engulfed in abominations that is causing you to be desolate. He has turned his back on you. It's right here. It's been here the whole time. But you rather listen to, Chief Hammerhead and Pastor Porkchop. You'd rather listen to them instead of listening to the words of our forefathers. Let's read on.
Let's see.
Let's do what, 20? Yeah.
Verse 20.
Yep.
I will see what their end shall be.
So the Most High said, I'm going to turn my back on you. Let me see what's going to happen to you. Look at you. First fired, last hired. Nobody likes you. Everybody's coming against you. Even the darkest of nations that come over here, they so dark, some of them are black, blue, and they say, I ain't no nigga. You got Dominicans saying, I ain't black. Don't call me black. And they're the same people. We're confused. We're unwanted. We are unliked, especially the Negroes here in America. And this is why. Because of the Most High hiding his face from you. He's like, now let me see where you're going to end up without me. You're nothing without me. Go ahead.
For they are a very forward generation.
Meaning that you're moving from the Most High. You're moving away from the Most High with this abomination that's causing you to be desolate. Go ahead.
Children in whom is no faith.
There's no faith in you. You don't have no real faith. You don't have no works. Faith is works. Faith without works is dead. So the Most High don't see no evidence that you would even keep these commandments. You sit here and you listen to us as a very lovely song, and you go back the next day, and I got to get these Christmas presents. So there is no faith in you. There's no works that are there. Go ahead.
Verse 21. They have moved me to jealousy.
They have moved the Most High to be zealous against you. Go ahead.
With that which is not of Abba Yahweh.
So the Most High, you have moved him to be zealous against you because you are bowing down to something that is not him. Go ahead.
They have provoked me to anger.
You made him mad.
With their vanities.
With your worthlessness. All this stuff that you're doing is worthless. And the Most High don't care about it whatsoever. Go ahead.
And I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people.
Yeah, he's moving you to jealousy with those that are not a people. These other nations are considered not even another people. He's moving you to jealousy with those people that are not a nation that we call Kuthi. Why they got everything? Why we can't have nothing? Look at them. They think they all that in the bag of chips. Yeah, look at you. But you can have it, but you refuse to. So the Most High turned his back on you. Go ahead.
I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation.
Look what he calls these people. They are a foolish nation. This is why we say this is going out as a witness to you other nations. Everything that is going here and going out from the house of wisdom, this will be a witness against you. We're calling you in to come in too. Listen, stop paying attention to these other Israelites that are saying you can't enter into the kingdom. They don't know what they're talking about. They're off. Everybody, according to the word of the Most High, will bow and serve him. And if they won't live. So the other nations, you are also able to come in and keep these laws, statutes, and commandments, but you must come under this covenant and give up your tithe offerings and your sacrifices as well. Because if you don't, then the Most High is going to put you in the same boat as he's putting his own people that he has destroyed because of their abominations. They're just not their abominations, they're your abominations as well. And the Most High is saying, not only Israel, but you must also come out. I think Priest Uriah again brought this out, where if there's any blessings to be given, it is to the Jew first, then to the Gentiles. And if there's any behind whoopings that are coming, he said it in different words, but if there's any behind whoopings that's coming, who is it coming to first? The children of Israel first, and then it's coming to you next. So you will not escape this punishment. You got to come out of that. You got to be like Ruth. Ruth was a great example. She came out of the customs of her people and said to Naomi that your Abba will be my Abba. Your people will be my people. And your holidays and your feasts that you keep, I will keep them. And also Rahab. Rahab understood and said, listen, I understand who you are, and I know what you came to do. Please remember that I saved you, and please save me and the family. And what did the spies say? When we come back, if you're not in this house, think about it. If you and your family are not in this house where that cord is, you shall all be destroyed. And I'm going to say the same thing. If you other nations are not in this house, if you are not in the house of wisdom, if you are not in the seventh covenant, if you are not giving up oblations, you will be destroyed. You got to come out of that foolishness of your nations and come into this house of Abba Yahweh, and you will be delivered. You will be saved. Let those other nations be a great example unto you. Call the verse in the chapter.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 22.
Go ahead.
For fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains.
It shall. This is going to happen. So if you think that it's not, well, if we send up enough prayers, the Most High will have mercy. Nah, that ain't happening. Ain't enough prayers that you can do to stop the Most High from bringing what he said would come. The only thing that's going to save you from that is coming into this covenant, giving up these oblations, and then the Most High can move you out of the way and then destroy the land. Go ahead.
Verse 23. I will heap mischiefs upon them.
He will. Not he might. He will. Go ahead.
I will spin mine arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat. And with bitter destruction, I will also send the teeth of the beast upon them, with the poison of serpents and the dust.
The Most High going to cause these animals and these beasts and these angels to be let loose on you to destroy you. Go ahead.
Verse 25. The sword without and the terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hairs.
Everybody who's not in the covenant, is not protected, is going to be destroyed. Young, old, infants, the old men, the old women. If you don't come in, you will be destroyed. Israel and the other nations. Go ahead.
Verse 26. I said I would scatter them into the corners.
He did. The Most High did scatter us into the corners. Go ahead.
I will make the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
This is why they don't know who you are. This is why you don't know who you are. But now the Most High, because of the oblations going up, the seventh covenant is being pushed. The Most High is now taking the veil off of these other nations, and they're saying, these can't be the people of the Most High. And they're also saying, they're not the people of the Most High. These guys are from the Khazarian Empire. They're Europeans. They're not of the bloodline of the children of Israel. This is coming out all over YouTube, TikTok, what's the other one? Instagram. A lot of folks are now barking these things. Candace is also barking these. They can't be the people of the Most High. They're evil as hell.
Yes.
How are they the people of the Most High? Somebody put it this way, and I thought it was brilliant. He says, if the Jews are the people of the Most High, and they're telling you that they are the Antichrist, they're telling you that they worship devils, it's better to stand with the Muslims, because the Muslims believe that Christ was the Messiah, and they're waiting for the Messiah. So who are you going to stand with, the Antichrist who believes in Satan, or are you going to stand with the Muslims that believe in Christ, waiting for the second coming of Christ and waiting for all this to be over? Not saying that the Muslims are right, but I thought that analogy was, man, you're the chosen people of the Most High and you're Antichrist. You're admitting that you worship Baal and that you're giving child sacrifice, literal child sacrifices. You're showing everything that you're not the children of the Most High. And the world is starting to see it now, because the Most High is lifting that veil off of the nations and our people as well. But let's read on.
Continuing in verse 26. I will make them the remembrance of them to cease from among men.
And he has. Go ahead.
Verse 27. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, our hand is high, and the Most High Yahweh had not done all this.
Right. So you act like the Most High is scared of these other nations. Most High ain't scared of them. They only being able to rule and run for a time and a period until this is all over with, right? And then now after all this has happened, you know, they can say, well, the Most High has not done this. And he's telling you right here that I'm going to do all of this. But let's finish this up.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 28. For they are a nation void of counsel.
They are void of counsel. Their counsel that they get is from each other and from their daddy, Hasatan. They are void of righteous counsel. Go ahead.
Neither is there any understanding in them.
There's no understanding in them whatsoever. But yet you follow Kuti. You follow the moon, because they say follow the moon. The only reason why you keep in Hanukkah and the Feast of Dedication is because Kuti told you to do it.
Con.
And this is all because they have taken these things from us to keep you in abominations and to keep you desolate. They know what they're doing. You just don't know what you're doing. Let's finish this off with the last verse.
Verse 29. Oh, that they were wise.
Oh, that they were wise. But they're not. They're foolish. The Most High said that they were a foolish nation. Oh, that they were wise.
That they understand this.
That they understand this one thing. If they were wise, they would understand this one thing.
That they would consider the latter end.
They would consider their latter end. They don't consider it. They think that they can do things to keep us away from coming into this truth and then eventually get to rule another 7,000 years. But you're not realizing that the Most High already called it. You going down. And it's not going to be pretty. And all of those that are holding hands in hands with the wicked shall not go unpunished. So, with that, I know it was long and drawn out. We have finally come to the end of this class. Hopefully you got a lot out of this class, and we'll open up for a Q&A.
Con.
Hallelujah. No hands are going up in the, we have takers. We have takers there. Can we get a mic out into the audience?
Shabbat Shalom.
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 Great class.
Con.
All praises.
My question is, who was Moses' children that Israel told Moses to take care of?
Moses' children were porters. I don't know what you're referring to exactly, but Moses had porters. Those were his children.
Yeah. We may need a little more context for the ending of that question that you had, but Moses' children were the porters. They were in the priesthood.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? No more questions? We got another taker?
Shalom.
Shalom.
He don't know how to do that. There you go.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Awesome class.
Con.
Appreciate that.
How did Moses attach his children?
Repeat that again.
How did Moses attach his children?
Protect? Well, many ways, right? He taught them the law, statutes, and commandments. He taught them how to stay in oblations. I got to give a little more context, though, to the question.
I'll add to that as well. The question was, how did Moses protect his children? That was the question?
Con.
Okay. One thing you see is in Deuteronomy, you see that Moses almost forgot to circumcise his son, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened? A death angel came to kill Moses, and it wouldn't have stopped at Moses. It would have killed his son and all that. His wife did come and, get a priest together, they circumcised him. But Moses did that by allowing the circumcision of a son to be done on the 8th day. So for brothers and sisters that want to protect their children, just like Moses did, you got to do the same thing. You got to bring your son into the covenant, or your daughter into the covenant. For a son on the 8th day, for a daughter on the 15th day, bring them to the priesthood so that they can circumcise them, particularly in this covenant, in their heart. And that's how you protect your child. Because if not, that death angel is coming to get you and your children.
Right.
So that's how Moses protected his children.
Con.
Hope you were listening.
Any other questions in the audience? What about any questions online?
Well, while we wait to see if there's any questions online, I do want to mention once again, as the Kahana mentioned, the feast, the real feast, not Christmas, the Winter Feast of Weeks is coming around the corner. It is next weekend, starting at so-called Saturday. That starts the winter solstice. That is what in Enoch, as the priest went through, is the sign to begin the feast. In Jubilees, Noah commemorated the feast on the equinoxes and the solstices. This is not a man-made invention. The winter solstice is a real thing that Abba Yahweh instituted in the cycle of the year. And that is a sign to start your winter harvest. As the priest brought out in Philo, if you are commanded in the summer feast of weeks to bring the first fruits of your wheat harvest, and then on the feast of ingathering bring a new harvest to Abba Yahweh, if he's that serious about it and calls these commandments, you think he doesn't want your harvest in the winter?
Yeah.
All the pumpkins, the squash, the apples that are ready, the kiwis that are ready to be harvested in the winter. You think the Most High doesn't want you to bring that as your first fruits? So you have to. This is a commandment. This is a charge of Abba Yahweh to come and keep the feast, whether it be summer or winter. And for those who have been attending the House of Wisdom Feast, you see right here around my neck, we got the lanyards. These are collector's items for all those who have been gathering together for the feast. You should have about, I don't know how many this is, about 10 of them so far if you've been gathering with the House of Wisdom. But start collecting your lanyards. And you only get this lanyard if you register in advance for the feast. If If you come to the door, you ain't get one. Because we got to prepare. This actually takes time to make. Some may not know, but these things take time to make. We got to design them. Then we got to put them together with your ticket that you get. Then we got to print them. Then we got to cut them. Then we got to put them in lanyard. It takes time. So make sure you register if you want to have a full-on collection to commemorate and memorialize all the feasts that you've attended throughout your tenure here at the House of Wisdom.
God.
So the registration is online. That's a beautiful thing, too. It's not just, oh, you remember that Passover from 2025? Nah, we got it right here. We got it right here. Feast of Tabernacles 2025. Kahan Yarden came and attended. And I'm in the pictures. I got my lanyard. This is proof that you were there at the feast. You know, obviously, the Most High knows it's recorded in heaven. But it's a beautiful thing to also have a remembrance of it in the flesh as well. So definitely register in advance for the feast. The Winter Feast of Weeks is coming around the corner next weekend. If you're watching live, it is next weekend. You can register on our website, cityofadam.com. Scan the QR code. We can bring the image up. Scan the QR code to register for that feast is of the utmost importance. If you've been around the House of Wisdom for some time, you know that these are the true 10 commandments. It is a commandment to keep the Winter Feast of Weeks. And so if you don't keep the feast, if you don't come and support and bring your tithe offerings, you are actually not keeping the commandments. You are not keeping, as they call it, the Big Ten. The Big Ten is not in Exodus 20, it's in Exodus 34. And it is the feast days of Abba Yahweh. So come, join with the priesthood. And anybody who's come to the feast, they can tell you it's a beautiful commemoration. This is us. This is our family coming together.
Yeah.
We don't need Christmas. We don't need that abomination. We don't need to take a unholy day and try to make it a clean day. We have days all throughout the year. We got Shabbats every week where we gather together with family, with brothers and sisters. We got new months. We have Passover, Feast of Weeks, Feast of Ingathering, and the Winter Feast as well. So come gather with the saints, enjoy the true family by the blood of the Messiah, the Prince, and let us keep the commandments of Abba Yahweh. And I'll pass it back over to the priest.
So hopefully, Most High willing, you were able to be edified through the Spirit of the Most High Yahweh. Remember, we are on the Day of Vengeance. We will be gathering together. For those in Atlanta, you can come up for the 9th hour so that we can give up the Most High's daily oblations to stay the curse and be avenged by Abba Yahweh. And with that, may peace and thanksgiving offerings be multiplied. Shalom.
Shalom.
There's no Santa Claus, it's really Satan, 'cause he's the father of lies. Aside from the chimney, he can't fit in. Reindeer do not fly. The tree you see in every city with bells and tinsel and such. Let's take a look, it's in our book. It's idolatry in disguise. Now we just went through a whole 5-hour lesson to see the truth of the matter. And from that truth, y'all, we learned, what did we learn today? Your holiday's a lie. Yeah. Your holiday's a lie. Yeah. Idolatry. Gifts under that tree, that's a lie. We're doing it for the kids, that's a lie. That pumpkin pie, it's a lie. It's a lie, idolatry in disguise. That big fat white man, it's a lie. Reindeers flying in the sky's a lie. You're teaching your children all those lies. It's a lie, blood on your hand, a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie. You need to repent, cause you a lie. You need the seventh covenant, cause it's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Ah, yeah. Idolatry in disguise. Oh, yeah. Your holiday's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. That coked out ham, it's a lie. Them greens and yams, they a lie. That pumpkin pie, it's a lie. It's a lie. Idolatry in disguise. You need to repent from those lies. You need the seventh covenant, the lies. They taught you it was true, but it's the lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's all for money. It's a lie. It's not about your soul. It's a lie. You're doing it for the kids. That's a lie. Repent. You've been living in a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. No other way to say it, y'all. It's a lie. It's a, your holiday's a lie. Yeah. Idolatry in disguise. Whoa. Your holiday's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday, it's a lie. The 25th of December, it's a lie. You need to repent, it's a lie. You need the seventh covenant, it's a lie. Come to the house of wisdom and repent. You've been living a lie. You've been living an intent. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Yeah. Your holiday's a lie. Whoa. Idolatry in disguise. It's a lie. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. It's 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 a lie. A lie, 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 lie. I'm sorry, family. It's a lie. Come on and repent, cause it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. A lie, yeah. Your holiday's a lie. Ooh. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a farce. It's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Idolatry in disguise. Your holiday's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Your holiday's a lie. Hallelujah.